Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to yet another season of Ways of War Philippines. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only legit Coach Jericho for Call of Duty Mobile. And today is going to be yet another day where we get to watch 4 best of 5 series, right? We start off with the semis first, and then we've got our bronze match and the grand finals. 4 of these teams, new names on these. So we get to discover a little bit more talent out here in the Call of Duty Mobile scene, Jericho.
Yeah, not really recognizable names, but they're going to make a name for themselves today, and they're going to be joining Aguila, whoever is winning this tournament. They're going to be that second champion for Ways of War, and it's only been our second Ways of War in 2 months? So,
yeah,
a lot has been happening, a lot of changes this 2022, so for those amateur teams, better watch out for those Ways of War qualifiers, and we might just be able to cast you guys on the next one.
Absolutely, man. And, looking at the fact that, Call of Duty Mobile esports scene itself is growing just so quickly at the moment, a lot of these teams, they most definitely want to make a name for themselves at Ways of War. Because prior to this, I guess the motivation of just CP was not enough. But now, the motivation of getting that CP, but making a good name for yourself and potentially being invited to some of these bigger events, making a name for yourself so you get a little bit more of encouragement of a fan base from the Call of Duty Mobile scene, it doesn't hurt at all, right? This is exactly where it all starts. So for these 4 teams that we are going to be coming across today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you keep an open mind, make sure you watch all of their strats, make sure you watch all of their plays, and for all you know, you're just going to fall in love with all 4 of them. Who's going to be that one supreme team in here today? That's exactly what we are here to find out all the time, Jericho. But beyond that, it's the strategies. What new ones have they come up with? Because the maps are the same old 7 that we have in rotation.
Yeah, same old, but you just have to different kinds of strategies. You're right, AJ, and the execution of each players. But let's take a look at our format of today. I think it's the format production. Yes. Oh no, it's the qualified teams. We do have Warlord Esports, Romans 8-1. We have EZR, Reborn Esports, Either Esports, and Untamed.
Yeah, Romans 8-1, Easy Reborn Esports. 2 of these teams, I've spotted a couple of their matches in the past, and it's not going to be easy to take them down. But the same, I guess, can be said for Ether Esports and Untamed, right? We don't really know exactly what to expect out of these guys, and everything is in the balance here as we step on out and discover them. Don't forget, you have to help us make this stream a little bit more awesome, right? How you can do that? Very easy. Drop that like and share as well. Call all of your other Call of Duty Mobile friends, all of your clanmates to join in and see exactly how you as together as a squad can execute some of these strategies out there on the battlefield itself, right? To get up to the Ways of War stage itself is no small task, Jericho.
No, not a small task indeed. It may be a minor tournament, but it's a stepping stone for all these amateur teams. For example, we have to reiterate Aguila Esports. They won that Ways of War, and then they built that fan base, growing, and now they're in the major tournaments here. And maybe the next time we might see one of these 4 teams hop on that major tournament, make a name for themselves, and shock the world. Even shock the Philippines. Just get on that top tier level with all those clans. This could be a great start for these teams.
I'm pretty sure they most definitely will be able to do that. And the longer they spend in that Call of Duty Mobile game, they will be able to harness, in fact, master their mechanical capabilities. But they have to play together as a squad, right? As one unit out there on each and every single one of these matchups. And it is always easier said than done. We have got quite a hefty prize pool in here in terms of CP. 5,000 CP if you pick up that number 1 spot. Second place gets 4,000 CP. Third place, 3,000 CP. And if you manage to slot into that number 4 place, you still have something to take back, 2,000 CP overall. So each and every single team in here for the final day of the Ways of War Philippines will be able to take something back.
Yeah, the CP, it'll take it. You get that those new skins, just a little bit of a flashy skin. So I think CP is a good thing, just to boost up the confidence of these players. But obviously they want that moolah. But then again, guys, Ways of War, it's just a minor tournament. It's just for you guys to showcase your talents.
Yeah.
And, just take what you have.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Not just to showcase your talents, but to be able to build up that fan base for yourself on an official broadcast. It's not an opportunity. It's not a stage that it comes by to everyone. Not everybody gets such a position, right? So they've earned this for themselves, and let's see them make the best out of it for themselves. And for all of you aspiring Call of Duty Mobile Pro players out there, this is where you start. This is where you want to go in and prove what you can get done before you aim for of those bigger stages. And this prize pool, like you said, Jericho, most definitely will be able to aid them getting some awesome skins in the game that, at points can wreck your opponents, man.
Yeah, maybe has that skin buff, maybe 10% extra damage or something. But, you'll take it. It just looks nice. And now let's have our schedule. And I think we do have a mistake.
Yeah,
yes, we do have a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get back with that one, guys. But it's not T8. It's not this is the first Ways of War, guys. We're gonna have to get back to that one, guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Yeah, that's a GG right there. Production on a boo-boo. But it's okay. It's a Sunday, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. It's all nice and easy. Apologies to the 4 teams in here. But we will be able to show you guys the schedule later on once we fix exactly what we've got going on in the background, right? So, getting back to the format of the day, it's going to be 4 back-to-back best of 5s. You're going to start off with the semis first, just to set up the final bracket to see who goes into the bronze match and who goes into the grand finals, right? But either way, it's a little bit of a change. You don't see these best out of 3s. You have that opportunity to make a comeback if you're getting thrumped, in the first 2 matches in itself. I love the best out of 5 setup, but I'm just gonna get a little curious now as to when will the new maps start being introduced to the rotation of the competitive scene as well, Jericho.
Yeah, I feel like I saw a tweet actually. I feel like I saw some players from different from all the different countries. They've been clamoring for new maps. They want to remove takeoff. I mean, I definitely want takeoff to be removed. And they want to add in slums. I feel like slums is such a great map. It's very it's competitive ready. You can play it on 3 on all 3 game modes. And also I also saw that they wanted a new game mode, and what I've been suggesting was capture the flag. I feel like it's gonna be a great game. If it's not that one, it should be control. But we're gonna wait on the devs on what they want to implement. But so far, it's going the right direction, AJ, and I hope we do see those new maps.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, Search and Destroy Coastal has most definitely been making its rounds as one of, the favorite maps out there in comparison to Tunisia, which has become a favorite sniper spot, right? So all of these maps in rotation very soon. I'm pretty sure we will be able to introduce them. And for the time being, as we put all of these teams in the rotations for those 7 maps to go out there and conquer, we get to see, of course, the schedule for the day. Romans 8-1 going up against Easy Reborn Esports. And then later on in the second matchup, we've got Ether Esports taking on Untamed.
Yeah, Ether Esports and Untamed. And remember, guys, it's only a single elimination. So once you lose that first round, you can't go back to the grand final. So it's going to be a very, very intense matchup for all these 4 teams. But I'm looking out for that first game. I've seen Romans actually. Now that I actually got my memory back, we Romans 8-1. They're a pretty strong team, AJ.
Yeah, they most definitely are a strong team. So it's not going to be easy for Easy Reborn Esports, but Easy Reborn Esports as well. I believe it was a scrim that I managed to catch them in action at one point. And this is quite the steady squad, man. The rotations are on point. The mechanical capabilities of the players at situations is questionable, but it's a team that is not up here in the pro scene all that too long, right? So that's absolutely acceptable. These players, as they go out there a little bit more, we know this first time jitters. A lot of those teams have come in here and had the exact same experience as well. So it will take them a while to find their stride. But in the Ways of War semifinals 1, will we be able to see the best out of these 2 teams? Will we be able to see a match number 5 as both of them relentlessly fight all the way through? Let's take a quick look at the bans and picks to see how this momentum will push one team forward. It will be the Warlord in front. The Romans, they will be able to win that coin toss, and this is going to be tough for Easy Reborn.
Yeah, definitely going to be tough. Winning that coin toss pretty much secures you that game 1, 3, and 5. But it's also going to depend on the maps you're going to be banning. And I think I have an idea. Probably we're gonna just ban takeoff. If you're a Warlord, if you're not confident, ban that map already. But at the moment, we're just waiting on this one. But let's bring on over on the maps, and we do. Ooh, okay, interesting ban of pick, AJ. It's gonna be standoff.
I am surprised with a standoff ban, right? It's not always that you see a team coming in here banning off standoff unless it is a situation where you already know your opponents through and through. That might just be the situation. We cannot assume that these 2 squads do not know each other. A lot of these teams have met at smaller scrims, have met on, those streamer scrims that are constantly being set up all over the place on Facebook as well. And they might have just identified this to be a strong suit of of Easy Reborn Esports. Easy Reborn Esports, they will be able to respond. Let's see if or not they help you out in taking the takeoff map off of this site. But no, we will have takeoff and Hackney Yard in rotation. I mean, Hackney Yard, obviously understandable. It's by now everybody has mastered it already. But takeoff, it's not an issue of mastery. It's an issue of how you respawn at a respawn matchup, right? You drop in there for Hardpoint. It's just absolutely chaotic. Domination is absolutely a stretch as well, as it's a huge map for you to just continuously go in there. The sniper spots are available. You've got the SVD in the game as well, which just makes these players absolutely cracked on a map like Takeoff. So I just wonder exactly how this is going to swing. The Warlords, we Romans 8-1, they will be bringing us into firing range just to open the day up.
Yeah, not really. If it's your game one, I don't really suggest going for a firing range map because it doesn't really give you that advantage that, winning that coin toss, you just throwing them in firing range. It's anybody's map at this point, but at the same time, I guess they're saving other strategies for a different map. But firing range, it's a good pick for them, but it might bite them in the back if EZR has a better counter strategy. But let's take a look at map number 4. What did EZR pick? It's going to be Summit. Okay, so two maps that are not really, it's nobody's map, but it's anybody's game at game 1 and 4. But it depends. Are we going to even reach map number 4?
Yes, Summit is just a little bit tougher, and you are right, Jericho. Are we going to get to map number 4? We don't really know exactly how big of a fight the players of Easy Reborn Esports will be able to put up here. But Search and Destroy goes to Easy Reborn. Let's see exactly where they drag us on. And it could be Hackney Yard, or it could also be Raid. Raid has just been that map that a lot of these Search and Destroy players have fallen in love with recently.
Yeah, I mean, Raid S&D has been a staple for a lot of teams. We know like Almighty, Blacklist, they love Raid and all of these top teams. And I like this from EZR. Maybe they have that rush play or that delay play. Remember, middle's always going to be open. So I believe if they did pick Raid, they're that confident that they have counter plays for offense and also for defense.
Yeah, in the initial parts of the game, you most definitely want to have your snipers on the ready, but it is not a map that only the snipers will be able to find their angles, because there's a lot of those rotation points where you can really cut down the distance between yourself as well as the opponents, as long as you have that map awareness, you have that map knowledge. And Raid being in rotation for so long, there's just no way the players do not identify with this map, right? So it's an interesting pick coming through. Let's see if or not the response at that 5th map from We Romans 8-5 is solid. They bring us into Hackney Yard.
Hackney Yard game number 5, very interesting, and we're gonna have Takeoff on domination. I thought it was going to be Hackney Yard and Takeoff, but I mean, it's a pretty weird, games 1 and 2 it's pretty okay. Game 3 it's kind of a scratch, but I guess maybe Warlord, they want to have different kinds of map. Maybe they're saving their strategies for the grand finals. Maybe they want to take it a little bit easy here, just get this 3-0 done, and then on the grand finals we'll see their right map picks.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm just curious as to what the Romans have got in store here for us. Wins, Geo, Dusa, Chips, Moy, as well as Tin. They have got so much of promise in this competition from the qualifiers. And now for the operator skills on the band, are we going to see the Purifier in here? Because, dude, I've been using the Purifier out there on ranked, and I can tell you it's absolutely stacked, man. I most definitely prefer it in comparison to the Sparrow. For some reason, I always kill myself when I bring that Sparrow out. But Purifier is just such an easy way to take over some of these hardpoints. And when you drop into firing range at that second hardpoint, it's going to be such a useful tool.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only on that second hardpoint, Age. I feel like also on that trailer, if you have 2 purifiers at both sides, you can just pretty much spray down the door and no one can come in. But let's see what's this ban of the operator skills. Warlord Esports is going to be the first one to ban. They throw the gauntlet in, Unlighter ban, and this is where EZR has to choose. Are we going to ban the Purifier or the Sparrow? And okay, 10 Sparrows. Got it.
Yeah, fair enough, man. They take the Purifier out of the equation. It is most definitely very annoying to deal with close range combat. And I know that because I'm a Purifier abuser at the moment. I mean, the game's buffed it up, man. Why don't just go in there and abuse the heck out of it? Although I have to say, my time in Legendary isn't as exciting as I want it to be. I'm just stuck in rank protection, and I've just been crying the whole day. Jericho.
You got to get that 5 stack, AJ. Can't go solo anymore. But I mean, I do agree with you. That Purifier has been buffed a lot.
Yeah.
But I feel like they wanted to, they wanted to use the Sparrow. I mean, the Sparrow can really take down 5 players, if you use it properly. But here we go, game number 1. We Romans 8-1 versus EZR Reborn Esports. It's gonna be firing range, and it's gonna be Hardpoint. AJ, here we go.
It's for the first setup in itself, and as you can see, it will be the one and only Teflon jumping on into command center, and I believe he's going to be playing that sniper from the get-go. Let's see if or not he continues bringing on all of that pressure. Teflon gets taken down by the CBR, and a triple man stack at the White Warehouse allows the Warlords to just take over very, very easily. But now they drop 2 men, neither team picking up the points. Both of them want to play the defense on that setup well. Fliss and Easy Reborn Esports very easily take over the White Warehouse and confidently step on to the objective to play those points. But now the backstab from Warehouse number 4 comes through for the Warlords, and this is a good hit right back. It is still in the balance, and as we always expect, that first Hardpoint is going to be swinging back and forth. And now with the spawns for Easy Reborn from Warehouse number 4 and a full lockdown of the White Warehouse, they control the Hardpoint so easily.
Yeah, they control that Hardpoint easily, and I don't really get the play from Romans. They left one player at bats, but they haven't gotten the points, finally gotten that scrap time. But EZR, even if they didn't get the last scrap time, they have spawns for everything, and we Romans, just no rotations from them, and they're just losing their gunfights at the moment. But EZR has all that control. They have that setup to go down for Romans, and they're gonna be spawning all the way at long A, and EZR, they have control of everything.
This is the thing, man. EZR, they most definitely have proven to be the team that has got better mastery of this map. And Romans, they seem to be struggling at this very moment. It will be Chips now with the CBR. Roman on in, but he does not wait for the rest of his team members. No communication or solid from the side of Romans. They are just trickling in one after the other. And EZR is going to be punishing them all the way through. Magista now holding the back at just below 2 shed, but he gets shut down by Teflon. Chips right from the back as well as they continuously try to break this hill. It's proving to be an impossible feat. And now 68-17. This is just a walkover for the time being for the side of EZR. 14 seconds left on this hill, and it looks like the Romans have given up on Hardpoint number 2. They want to go in there for the early rotation to Hardpoint 3, but it's scattered all over the map. EZR, they've already got players inside of the White Warehouse as well to play the next Hardpoint. This might just be an early GG for the Warlords.
Yeah, I mean, looking for the Warlords, they don't really have any plays, AJ. I don't really see that confidence from the team. They're just trying to make individual plays, which is not really working for them. And unfortunately, it's gonna cost them because EZR, they have those streaks. Sentry gun ready for Sand. They're gonna drop this. They want to finish this game as fast as they can. And if you look at the map, AJ, they're just pushing one by one. No plays, no utils whatsoever, and it's really gonna cost them.
Yeah, I mean, when you go out there for a regular ranked match, you are going in queuing solo and you want to rush into that site because you feel like you can carry the squad. I absolutely understand. Yeah. But Hardpoint's just the kind of match where the game allows you to take a couple of steps back, wait for the rest of your team members before you go in there for the flank and take over, break that Hardpoint. But that's just something that's not being done by the Warlords. But as I say that now, they're holding the back lines. They want to set up the barracks hut, the 4th Hardpoint so early on. And for the side of EZR, they just have to find this one break, and it's a game over already. They need 15 seconds in there. Let me take that back. 13 seconds in there to finish this off.
Yeah, 1 good break's all they need. They burned at least 2 operator skills. I think they set up 3 more. They have a sentry gun ready. That's going to protect the back. They have that pinch going through. This is the last hold for Romans. They have to win all these gunfights here. The break is through, and that's just going to be it. They're all going to be spawning along A. They have everything ready. And EZR, they just have to go through. But here comes a Sparrow play. Will not get taken out. And now 2 more points, and that's going to be it, AJ. It should be a GG.
Yeah, it's most definitely a GG already, and they take it right back, 150-21. EZR obliterating the Romans. I mean, I'm sorry, Romans. In terms of mechanical gameplay, the Mustachio is nothing. But in terms of the strategy, I've been blessed by watching so many of these games. I've been blessed with watching so many of these teams go in there and wreck it at firing range, right? But that has been one of the softest approach to Hardpoint that I've seen from a squad in such a long time, Jericho. And it's something that we do not expect at a stage like this. It wasn't just down to the mechanical capabilities, because I understand that, right? But it was mostly with the rotations, the strategy of to go in there to break the hard point. It just wasn't on the players of the Romans. And EZR had such an easy matchup in here for the first round.
Yeah, and to add to your point, AJ, it was their map pick, like what we said, AJ. But at the same time, EZR, they had everything set up. They had proper holds. They had proper coordination on the rotations. And Romans, I was just looking at the blue dots, AJ. It was going left and right, one by one. They get a triple kill, and after that, they're just going in at the pace that no one can hang.
Correct.
It was just very, very unorthodox, and it didn't work out for them. But I guess maybe they want to just get through it. But fortunately for them, it's going to be S&D, and that's going to be a map for EZR. And if you look at the stats here, AJ, if you're going to drop 5 kills on a Hardpoint, that's definitely not going to get you the W.
No, yeah, absolutely, man. You need to look back at the very first Hardpoint to just reflect as to how this matchup went up for them. And the Romans, as they were approaching, they did send in 2 guys into the White Warehouse. But the response from EZR was sending a 3-man stack in towards the White Warehouse to break the hold of that power position. And the moment they broke it, I did not see the Romans make a play for the White Warehouse again. And even when they did try to make a play, it was just 1 or 2 players trickling in one after the other. And it was just a very weak showing at that point, right? They were forced to spawn out of the back of the map all the way at backyard in that B bomb site. And they were trickling in one after the other, but there was no flank coming through. Nobody dropped by clearing area. Nobody wanted to take the backstab and take over auto repair. I mean, you've lost 1 power position already. And if you don't want to make a play for that, you got to make a play for that second power position at the very least. And auto repair is such a important position to hold on for that first Hardpoint. And this was a disappointing showing, but it's all right. First game jitters, very normal for anyone. 21 to 150, it may be a little demoralizing, but they have to find a comeback in here at Raid. And I believe in Search and Destroy, we might be able to see the stronger side of Warlord. I hope for them at the very least.
I mean, we might see it, but at the same time, it's going to be EZR's map. And, looking at the play, I saw Teflon, and I've seen him in some major tournaments. He can also snipe just like Cisco. So I feel like, they have that advantage. But I agree with you that nervousness from Romans, that first game jitters, your first minor tournament on the main stage getting casted by us. It's going to be very, very nerve-wracking. And I believe, after that first jitters, they could just, focus on that S&D round by round. They go, just have to do that. But if they keep on losing this one, it's just going to be it might even just go to a 3-0 by EZR.
Yeah, but this is redemption time for the Romans,
yes,
right? You go in there and you bomb out 21 points only at your own map pick at Hardpoint. Firing range, basic map, everybody knows it, everybody loves it. It's unacceptable at this point. You need to redeem yourself. The question is, how will they pull this off? At Search and Destroy, it's not going to be a easy map to take over. At Raid, you've got many of those peak points. You are going to have the snipers on the defense. But when we see the Romans starting off on defense, they will be able to see exactly how EZR takes the fight. Do they want to start this off aggressive or on a very slow passive play? It is all in the hands of Warlords as they go in here for the 3-2 split. 3 players holding onto that B bomb site. 2, quite honestly, not even holding A. They have allowed the step into the basketball court. They want to play retake early.
Yeah, they want to play retake early. They left mid. It took them at least 5 seconds before they got into kitchen, and that left Domo a free middle lane. That's going to be an A bomb already. And look at this. Look at that distraction by number 5. Magistus is going to be all over at B. He's going to get that trade, but it doesn't matter. Bomb is down already. 4 versus 2. They're going to play for that retake, but look at that. They just switched spots at this point. And now, how are they going to play this retake? Do they have any utils? They have a smoke. Dusa gets 1. That's a 3 versus 2. Still a winnable situation. 1 player is going to be pushed out over at poolside. They have to get this kill in order for them to start making the play. But 15 seconds left. They have to fly.
Oh, Saint X finds 1 in his crosshair, will be sprayed down and does not get the kill. Easy Reborn Esports. What a play. And EZR with such a commanding lead. But, we got to break down a little bit more as to what happened there, man. You pointed out something very important. They were slow to kitchen. It just seemed like they were not sure what that play was going to be because 2 players moved towards that basketball court and halfway through, they double back to hold that garden and kitchen. Right now, finally, we see a little bit more of a confidence this time around from Chips as he holds on to kitchen, but it is a straight-on rush in towards that B bomb site. Domo now with the CBR should be able to take this backstab. He gets it. 2v3. Warlords, they suffer, but they've got this a pinch now as they pull in the pincer maneuver. Moy The scopes will not be able to find anyone just yet, but the backstab now. Domo, CBR, walking through will find him. And no anticipation, no, spotting out the left and right. He's just focused in there, trying to find chips from across. And now Teflon gets the last one as well. EZR making this look way too easy, and the Roman is helping them out.
Yeah, the Romans really helping out. I mean, I like the adjustment they did. They went for that kitchen, but unfortunately, the EZR players, they stacked middle, they stacked zigzag, went through pillars as well, and it was just an all-out gunfight. They had help from each other. Very, very unfortunate. Now, we're going to see the same play, but there's a good nade by Moy. That's going to be an opening for them and a lot of information. But at the same time, again, AJ, no help from Kitchen. They're just going to leave that alone. And I don't really like this strategy because if you're giving up Kitchen, you have to watch 2 angles. You're going to watch over at a cutout at the same time at Kitchen. And the Call of Duty timing is going to be very, very important here. They give up A side. That's going to be a easy bomb plan for them. Moy spots him. No more nades for him. No thumper as well, I believe. And here we go, 5 versus 4, but the flank is open for We Romans. They can actually make that flank, but let's see what happens here.
I love the angle Teflon is holding on to, because now this just forces the rest of the players of EZR to move on towards the garden if they want to take this over from the Special Forces base. Teflon now opportunity. Saint X finds 2 for himself. Teflon manages to bag 1 in tin using his stumper and leaving just 1 player on the side of Warlord. Teflon finishes that off as well. EZR, who's coaching this team, man? They've got every single angle on lockdown.
Yeah, and to point it out, AJ, I think EZR, they're just mechanically better. I mean, I don't want to say it right now, but I think we kind of see it, the way that they're handling their gunfights. It's always on point, but here comes the rush again. Now, this time, Romans, they're going to stack over at Kitchen. They have that money room as well, but it's going to be smoked out. And here comes Dusa, just going to be spraying down. He's going to get stunned out. And here comes Teflon, big gunfight. He's going to take out Money Room, going to push through the Kitchen as well. 1 more player to beat. That's going to be information for him. But look at the flank on your map. We Romans number 1. That's going to be Chops pushing through. He's going to try to take out 1. 4 versus 4. Bomb is down, actually. And Domo takes out Chops 3 versus 4.
Teflon with the good moves earlier. Domo, good stuff in here. But the Romans are still down by 1 man. It's a 4v3 as Saint X looks for his usual snipes. The guy has been able to hit way too many times, and Romans, they back away. Bomb on the ground. EZR, as they continue to take this attack, they are now with a position where they can pick it right back up. Dusa want to take down, but Magista right back in there for the trade. And the bomb plant now coming through with 1 man down on the side of the Romans yet again. Did a lot of pressure from that Holger, but that Type 25 will be able to bag him out easy. Spots yet another as well. Teflon will find Moy, who's looking behind. Never mind. 4-0 Romans, they continue to struggle.
Yeah, struggling a lot. I feel like if they actually help the player on site really fast, I think they could have gotten that round, just play for those trades. But unfortunately, 4-0. 1 more round before we switch the sides. And here comes EZR, going to be pushing through the middle. But this time, Romans, they're going to go cut through the mid to poolside. And that's number 2 on the map. That's going to be Geo hitting that flank. But EZR, they already took down 3 players, 5 versus 2. Things are not looking good. Oh my. What a beautiful shot by Moy, but will it be enough for them to win this round?
Yeah, Saint X taking down Moy. Yeah, it's another one on to Domo. And now, can he get this clutch? He needs to spot his right. Laura on the back as well. Magista with such a close encounter with the thumper, and Teflon finishes it off for easy Reborn Esports. On match point now, thumping out the players of Romans. We Romans 8-1. I believe this might just be the toughest match they have encountered before, because they seem to struggle bad indeed.
Yeah, they're just really struggling, but finally EZR, they're going to try to end this already. They want that 6-0. They're just going to push through. They take down 3 immediately. Sand, they want to put this pressure. The sniper, he's going to miss Moy. He's going to get taken out. Send it to a game number 3. Map number 3. 6-0 on S&D on Raid. That has to be one of the fastest S&D games I've casted in a while. That is just very unfortunate, AJ.
It is unfortunate, man. It is unfortunate because the players of Warlords, they had many an opportunity to just hold the sides down. They knew the pressure was coming towards that basketball court 1 too many times. They knew that the sniper was going to be a problem, and they just didn't lock down each and every single one of their spots. But even as I say that, it was very clear, not just from the first match, but from the second game itself, that there's a huge mismatch of capabilities out there on the battlefield, and it's not really the fault of the Romans. They are just playing a match against a team that's just so much more better skilled than them. And it's just like that sometimes when you come across some teams and they're just untouchable. They just kill you before you can even speak them.
Yeah, I mean, Teflon with 9, Sam with 6, 7 with Domo, and all the players just making plays. And it doesn't matter if they get taken out because they are trusting their teammates. They have those plays that are very coordinated. And for the side of we Romans, from the get-go, they just look very, very scared, to be honest with you, AJ. Like the plays, the body language, they played too passive. They played too back on their spawn to the point that EZR, they took control of at least the whole map already.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, it was dropping back into the mechanical capabilities as well, because every single time they did spot out a player of the Warlords, they were just a little faster. They were just a little, smarter in those encounters. We saw the movement out of Teflon when he spotted the guy who was inside a kitchen. He came in through money, and he was going up against a sniper, right? So he backs away. Instead of continuing to play his Type 25, he brings out the Thumper. One shot, one kill if you can get that hit right. And he bags both of those corners, both of those angles just around that pillar inside of kitchen. And that's just game sense, right? Map awareness to know exactly what you need to do when you come up across a sniper in a situation like that. And it's because of that game sense, EZR just made this look so easy all the way through. And I want to say that I've got hope in here for the Warlords, but this is not their map pick. This was the map that neither side picked towards the end, and it just got given to them at domination. And if they are being dominated all the way through so far in the series in this fashion, I don't think I've got a lot of hope for them in this third game.
I agree with you, but they pulled out that wild card, which was takeoff, and maybe, just maybe, we might see a game 4 and 5, but it's going to be very, very difficult from the information that we got from game number 1. Mechanically, Supreme is going to be EZR and Warlord. I don't know. They have to pull something out of their hat. They really got to turn up that extra gear. Maybe it's time for. Maybe they want to put on a show, AJ. They want to try to go for a reverse sweep.
I think Warlord, they just need to find out exactly who EZR's coach is and then hire the guy over as well. Because to a certain point, even before you reach to the mechanical skills, you need to see the setup, right? And it might not be that visible at a hardpoint matchup because it's super fast-paced, although you will be able to see the rotations and whatnot. But at Search and Destroy, it becomes so much more apparent with all of those angles that they were holding down. It just seemed like they were not confident that they were going to be able to make a play through it, continuously repositioning themselves. And here's one of the biggest weaknesses that I detected as well, right? There doesn't seem to be a strong communication within the squad, Jericho, because I believe it was that one final player who was standing just at Garden with the sniper, and there were two players just moments before that. One had the Holger in his hand. He just died. And he should be able to relay that information to the guy who was just there beside him to say, dude, there's one here with a Type 25. And the sniper instead was waiting for a person who wasn't there, no information whatsoever, but he just thought maybe someone will come for a backstab. Questionable, right? The communication needs to be on point.
I mean, this is the problems of not just Warlords, but a lot of these amateur teams. Communication, before they even call it out, they try to complain first and maybe curse or something, and it's just better to just say what's happening really fast. That's a skill actually, and you learn that. It's not you're not born with that thing. At the same time, your game sense individually, you have to also learn that on your own. And I feel like Warlords, they have a lot of. I see the potential, I see the ideation and everything, but they need to work on it even more, especially on this game number 3. And they could start here. If they want to make the comeback, if they want to do something really special, they got to start winning. They have to win this game number 3.
They have to, man. I mean, they got to pull a little bunny out of the hat if they want to be able to move on to game number 4, force a surprise takeover this in a commanding fashion. Teflon holding on to the launch center, but a 4v1 right there and then. Look at the players. The Romans going in there for the switch of flag. They pressure the C flag instantaneously, but they leave their A flag wide open for the taking. I understand the ideation, but Saints now needs to make a huge play for himself. If he can get this prevention, he will be able to, but no, the C flag play gets prevented, and the Romans, I like what I see, but I'm confused if or not they know what they are in here confidently playing for. Unfortunately for them, all pushed into the control room, and now they're going to sacrifice that A flag as well. Triple cap so early on. I hope this doesn't happen, but that's exactly what we have on our hands. Here comes out the hunter-killer drone from the side of San as well. This is a GG from the get-go, Jericho.
I mean, the first play was really nice, but when they got on that C flag, they were all looking at one side. They ended up getting pinched, and then now we're on the triple cap. Teflon working towards those streaks, has the Predator missile. One, probably 2 more kills away from that cluster strike, and this is not going well. We Romans stuck at 11 points. They gotta focus on one flag, AJ. They're just pushing in one by one, trying to make a play on their own. Finally hops on that C flag, but will it get prevented? UC number 4, Magista, the Pred comes through, takes down 2. They have streaks to use, and this might just be over for that first half already.
Yeah, they pulled that C flag right back in here. You know, you and I both saw the ideation coming through, but mechanically, they just could not keep up with EZR, right? They got sprayed down, they lost their fights, 3 players all there. You pointed it out, all looking at that same spot. No communication, not really telling each other, okay, bro, I've got the right-hand side, you get the left. Make sure you keep an eye on launch center. Those kind of important communications is not happening on the squad. And now, at a point where they are going to get triple capped right again, as EZR makes an easy way through to that 75-point mark.
Yeah, I mean, 64 to 18, another triple cap. Nothing's really working for Romans. You know, I feel like at this point, if they want to make a comeback, they got to start next round already. You know, you already lost this half, but you got to work on your strategies and you got to work on communication. And they even look EZR. They're already investing their operator skills at the end of the half. 78 to 50, 75 to 18. I mean, it's doable. I've seen it a lot of times, but they got to start now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And EZR, they are really putting on a great show out here for everyone. Romans, they struggle. And this time, Romans, from that C flag, everybody just rushing out at the very same time, but losing a bunch of gunfights down here at launch center. They will need to make a bigger play out here at scaffolding if they want to be able to pull this B flag away. They throw in a couple of players into the Aurora launch as well. They win their gunfights. Romans now really hustling. They do not want to lose this easily, but will they be able to keep up with the gunplays of EZR that has just been taken over these rounds so easily so far?
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. Now EZR, they could actually just hold down one flag. They're still going to be able to win this game. Insane trying to make the play, but here comes the play. He actually takes himself out with the Sparrow. Very unfortunate. Then they lose that B flag as well. No one's hopping on it. And EZR, they're just gonna take their time. They don't have to hop on it immediately. They could just get some kills for it before they start capturing B. They have everything they need. They have their operators ready on the standby. Here comes Saint. He's gonna take down 1, 89 to 33. And Warlords, this is their time to actually try to capture B or even overextend to A. Make that distraction gameplay.
Yeah, it's a good play coming through, and the Warlords finally making a play for themselves. But look at Dusa, man, just sending out all of those Sparrow hits back to back to back, just spagging each and every single player. EZR finally pulls away that C flag for the distraction, sending away the Romans, rushing for their own flag. Saints has to take himself out, but Glora still manages to bag that and stay alive. 99, 100 to 42 now. Romans, are they going to be able to make a stellar comeback in here? They need a triple cap for themselves. That C flag just teased, but not grabbed just yet. And EZR with that prevention. Glora now stepping on in. Romans, this time at domination, we see a brand new side of them. And I like this, Jericho.
Yeah, I like this, but I think it's just going to be a little bit too late. Yes, they're going to hit that 50-point mark in about 30 seconds, but 112 to 48. They got to get that trip cap, and here comes the boys from EZR. Going to be trying to hop on B, but actually Romans, they are going to be investing that Sparrow, capturing that C. Not yet over. They finally get that 2 cap, but they have to get that A just to stop those points from EZR.
Yeah, finally we see the Romans coming in here with the hustle. Glora with a good Sparrow gets another kill and prevents that B takeover as well. CBR, he's all streaked up, gets the solo defense. Glora, he is glowing with all of these plays. A double kill. Ooh. 2 does not come through from the threat as both of those players manage to back away into a building. Wins from the back. 62 about to lose that B flag. Romans, they need a triple cap if they want to be able to make a comeback in here. But I feel like them stepping up on the gameplay in itself has been enough for us. 68 to 127. Easy Reborn. They will be able to pull that B flag back for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is a GG. Even if they just have one flag, it's already over. You know, we Romans, they gotta hold the trip cap for the next 2 minutes, but no time left remaining for this one. This is gonna be a 3-0 AJ, and you know, I mean, we can stray away from casting the game already because it's already over. And
yeah,
if you are Romans, you gotta work on a lot of things. You know, you take a look at this. You watch this with your coach or whoever's been helping you with your game, and you also work on yourself. Individually, they have to be mechanically better. Maybe it has to be a sensitivity change or maybe a rule switch. All those small details, it comes down to this because, you know, if you're coming into a tournament like this, you can't be down. You can't be playing like just half of your team or something. Like you need to give your full confidence there, AJ.
Yeah, and fortunately, we did see the Romans step up in this domination matchup, right?
Really late.
And in a map that I really did not expect to see them step it up, because Takeoff in itself is a hard map to play.
I agree.
Especially against a team that was so dominant in the first 2 games, mechanically, as well as all of those strategies. But we saw the Romans step it up. They knew all of those strats. When the game opened, they wanted to go in there for the flipper spawn and flipper flags. Unfortunately, that just didn't go their way. And they gave up at Hardpoint, man. Remember, they tried to go in there for the White Warehouse, but that same attitude did not come back through at Takeoff. And I feel like it's a win for them just at that department. Hopefully, when the next time we do lay our eyes on them, we'll be able to see a much more solid gameplay. They are in that bronze match, so we will have that opportunity later on. Hopefully, they've learned from this experience, Jericho.
Hopefully. I mean, I wish that they actually, you know, after this, just, you know, not relax, but instead watch what happened here, you know, go through immediately what went wrong, or even try to copy what EZR did, you know, just a little bit more of coordination and just a little bit more dedication, in my opinion, because I just didn't see the confidence in them. But, you know, it is what it is. They still have another match later, but EZR, 26-11 from Domo, AJ, everything was going well for them since game 1, and they look ready to get that grand finals going and actually win this whole tournament.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Easy are what a play. I mean, when we talk about Hardpoint at firing range, when we talk about that search and destroy, that perfect search and destroy at raid, they were just stellar all the way through. And at Takeoff, it just seemed like they were just going to be able to maintain their dominating run. But towards the halfway point, we saw a good comeback, right? We saw a good fight come out of these players from the side of the Romans. But it was just an individual play out of each and every single one of those team members out of EZR that just proved to be the winning formula for this squad, man. 3-0 in such a convincing fashion to book their spot at the grand finals. I'm excited to watch it already.
I'm already excited to, and whoever's winning that second series, they might be scared of what EZR is capable of. You know, 6-0ing in S&D, 50-point clubbing a team in Hardpoint, and then not even letting Warlords reach 100 in domination. It's a pretty scary team, but you know, they have to wait. But so far, EZR, they're looking pretty strong. Probably my favorites right now, winning this whole tournament.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. But, of course, we have got Ether Esports and Untamed jumping on in for the next battle as well. Maybe we might be able to see some Call of Duty Mobile perfection there as well to set up for one of the greatest grand finals of Ways of War Philippines that we have ever watched. I mean, we said it in the previous Ways of War. We said it at almost all of the Call of Duty Mobile events these days because it's the truth. I cannot believe how much has the Philippines grown in terms of individual brands, individual players, just bringing up the gameplay of Call of Duty Mobile up to a whole new level, man. I mean, it's my vision to see the Malaysian side and the Singaporean side reach up to the same heights and stand toe-to-toe with the Philippines as well. But it just seems to be such a tough fight for the SGMY side because of the brawn that comes out of the Philippines when it comes to CODM.
Yeah, I mean, I could say it for myself as well. You know, Filipinos, they love grinding Call of Duty Mobile, and I feel like, you know, SGMY, I think they're just right behind AJ. You know, they're not far away. I feel like they just need a little bit more time to actually put that work in. You know, unlike the Filipinos.
I'm talking about the numbers. I mean, individually, I mean, we've got Almighty, right? We've got 7-9, and these two teams it's great, but we're talking about the game of numbers here, bro. Look at the number of teams that the Philippines, on the other hand, showcases, right? I mean, you initially had the players of Smart Omega, and then even when they kind of falter a little bit, you've got another team that's able to step it up, go all the way down to the grand finals of the World Championship and win it back for Garena, right? That's what's insane about it, that you do not just have one brand or one team within this country that's able to make the Call of Duty Mobile, the community, just so proud of being a part of this, right? And that's just what makes the Philippines so stacked and crazy, that I feel like SGMY can just take a lot of inspiration from as a community, because individual brands, I mean, we've got the quality here, just not the numbers, man.
I mean, maybe this year, probably, after seeing
Hopefully.
that prize pool in Worlds, I feel like a lot of teams are be like, okay, let's actually play for real now and actually try to qualify for that one. So we're only in the second month of 2022, and there's a lot of happenings that will happen this year. So, I mean, I believe we're going to see a lot of brand new teams that are actually going to step up, and also, the return of some old players that are actually that they want to prove something to the community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And I'm looking forward to that. But before we get to the big stage, it's the ways of war that we need to swim through. And so far, EZR has had an easy lap all the way to the other end of the pool. And it was at the expense of the Warlord. But the Warlord will still be in action later on today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in series number 3, as we witness the bronze matchup. For now, it was 150-21, 6-0, 150-76. Easy walkover victory to book that spot at the grand finals.
Yeah, easy broom. They brought out the brooms, and they just got that clean sweep for that first ever game, first ever series for the day. And I mean, pretty much that's I'm actually having a hard time analyzing the whole series, but EZR, they pretty much had everything ready. They had all the plays that they need, and here are the highlights. If you did miss it, we're gonna show it right here for you guys. And we'll start off with that hard point, AJ. And it started off well for Romans. They had that opening play, but after that, everything just fell apart in EZR. The pace that they were playing on was just very, very fast, and Romans, they couldn't keep up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. At the second hard point, they just couldn't break the hill. The third hard point, they had a similar issue as well. Mechanically, they were just losing all of the fights. But it's the positioning of the players of EZR that we need to talk about. Not all of them are playing the objectives. How hardpoint is supposed to be played when you're playing with a squad in there. You have to have your roamers out. You need to be able to cut off the distance and the approach for all of these hardpoints way earlier before your objective players themselves are put to work, right? And that's something that EZR did so well. In Raid, Search and Destroy, it was just that aggressive nature that came through, but also Warlords, they were just second-guessing each and every single one of the positions that they held, and we clearly saw this was the part, man. No communication whatsoever, and Teflon just bags an easy one.
Yeah, they're just playing a little bit scared for my liking on that S&D. I mean, Moy, he did revive himself on that next round, but once it came to that 5-0, San killed 4 players in that game. I mean, in that round, and it just closed it out. It's very unfortunate for the side of Romans. Had no plays or whatsoever. Just that really wrong body language. And for domination, first play was really nice. You send 3 over at C, but if you're looking at the same thing and you're not looking at other angles, that's just not going to work. And and EZR, they got that triple cap work on their streaks, and it just really snowballed towards that second half. Ended up getting that win.
Yeah, we need to talk about the break or the prevention of that C flag from EZR as well, right? How was that response? Because when we saw the Romans overextend into that C flag, 3 players all looking at one side. And on the side of EZR, once again, we saw very confident decision-making coming through. Clearly, the communication was there. All right, bro, let's go in there for the pincer push. Let's take both of the angles. You drop into gas tanks. I will drop at the red area. We'll take the flank and we'll pull over the defense on the flank. And that was just executed so well by the side of EZR. You cannot get there if you don't have stellar communication. But we did see the Romans step it up a little bit at this domination match. It's just that it wasn't enough at all.
It just wasn't enough at all. From start to finish, especially this. I mean, we did see a little bit of life, like you said, AJ, just a little bit of that burst of life, burst of energy there. Yeah. But it was just a little bit too late for that one. Yeah. And it was just total domination from them. But Romans, they have time to work their strategy.
Yeah.
They can wait for after the series. They could watch this match. What went wrong? Let's work
Yeah.
on it. Shoot some bots, play some rank. Get those get that energy in, get
Yeah.
that hype going. You gotta have those right vibes. And I feel like Romans, they just felt the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And next one, although they were able to make a slight comeback at takeoff, hopefully they ban that map for themselves, for their own sakes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short 5-minute break. We are going to be coming back with series number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Ways of War presented by Garita. I am your host, VV Jericho, here with the Mustachio AJ, and we just witnessed a sweep. We brought out the brooms, 3-0 EZR,
Yep.
taking down Warlords. And now we're going to go to our next matchup, AJ, which should be a close one, I believe, because both these teams are very equally matched up, AJ.
Yeah, Ether Esports going up against Untamed, and Untamed as their names are. Will they be able to, just run amok, or will Ether Esports be able to use, their ethereal powers to tame the Untamed themselves? I mean, just show them exactly what a good life they can live under a leash. You never know, Jericho, that might just happen, right? As both of these two teams take the fight up against each other. I'm just curious as to who is Lady Luck going to be looking at and smiling, because the one that manages to get the coin toss might be able to swing momentum their direction, or we could just see another situation like the Romans earlier on, right? You dictate exactly where you want to go, you still get swept out of the park.
Yeah, that's true. It might just be another 3-0, might be a game 5, game 4. You don't know what's going to happen. But I will predict that this will be a very close game. If it is going to be a 3-0, all those games are going to come down to the wire. 5-point difference, round 11s, 3-point difference on domination. So anything can happen here. And I'm excited to see what both of these teams are going to offer.
Yeah, but if we do see a one-sided ultimate sweep coming through once again, it's going to be one hell of a grand finals for us to witness here at the Ways of War Philippines, because EZR have proven to be the team to beat in the competition. Well, technically, they are already at the grand finals. So, but now it is a pressure situation, right? For either one that gets the win, they already know what a titan that they have to go up against. So the best situation that they can pull off for themselves, perhaps, is to go in here and make a name for themselves within this matchup itself. Let's take a quick look at the schedules just to get a quick refresher and see how the day is going to continue. We started off by watching We Romans 8-1 getting beaten down 3-0 by Easy Reborn Esports, and now is that matchup between Ether Esports as well as Untamed. The winner will move on to the grand finals to meet Easy Reborn. The loser meets We Romans at that bronze match right after this.
Yeah, so that's going to be very, very fast for whoever's going to be losing, because if you lose, you're going to have to play immediately for that bronze match. And if you are Ether or Untamed, you don't want to get to that bronze, because remember, it's only single elimination, AJ. So if you lose, you can't go back over at the grand final. So
yeah,
this is going to be very, very important for both of these teams. But so far, and like what we said a while ago, Romans, they got to be watching. They have to watch film now, go through what happened, went wrong, so that they can actually prepare for that bronze match and show what they really are capable of.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, if they want to be able to make that happen for themselves, it just needs to be communication that's sorted out in the background as well, right? Mechanically, in terms of all of the strategy that they executed out there, yep, go and watch that replay, but they need to start speaking to each other. They need to have a more solid teamwork, because they need that if they want to be able to, at the very least, grab the third spot for themselves. It is going to be the bans and picks, so let's take a quick look and see exactly who this Lady Luck won a favor, and it will be the one and only Ether Esports with that luck on their side.
And they do have that Lady Luck indeed. They're gonna be the first one picking, banning, and now let's see what's that first ban of the map. Is it going to be another common map like standoff or Hackney Yard? There we go. Hackney Yard is going to be banned, and if you're Untamed, you should also ban. I believe Takeoff should be the one here. Untamed. Let's see what they are going to ban. It is going to be. Okay, Raid, Hackney Yard and Raid are going to be the bans, and now let's see what's going to be that Hardpoint number 1. So that just throws in a weird kind of maps here, AJ, and it's going to be
Whoa! Ether Esports, they want to work that ethereal magic straight up, man. They want to tame the Untamed.
They want to go up to take off, and I don't really, I'm not a fan of this. I'm really not a fan of this one, but just maybe Ether Esports have something up their sleeve. Maybe they have all that communication and the coordination on lockdown, but let's see what's map number 4. Untamed, they're going to be picking map 2 and 4. Untamed picking that map number 4. What will it be? Let's show it to our viewers production.
Summit.
Point.
There you go.
Good call, AJ. It's a one-sided map. Not really the best map for both teams, but I feel like maybe Untamed, they also have something up their sleeve there. So both teams,
Yeah.
Really liking the picks here. I feel like it's a comfort pick for both of them. They don't want to show off their maps yet for EZR, I believe, or maybe.
Yeah.
I think that's the mindset going into this. But let's see what happens in the search and destroy.
Yeah, it could be a firing range or a standoff that's dropped in here. Most probably a standoff in comparison. It's a much more comfortable spot for the snipers. Search and destroy players absolutely love that. But instead, we take away map number 4. Production! Don't play with this, man.
Maybe production's like, I don't want to play. Oh, standoff S&D is going to be the map. Untamed picking a very, very popular map. It's going to be standoff. And actually, Ether, they're going to go for that offensive side, which is the better side, in my opinion. Offense on standoff, very, very good. So expect a lot of fast rushes coming through from Ether. And now let's hop on board on that map number 5. Untamed picking the last map if we have to go to that. I mean, Ether Esports, they're going to go for Crossfire. So that leaves that last map, Hackney, a firing range on domination. Okay. Very interesting. But I see that this might just go to a game number 4 or 5.
I hope it does take off for a pick at Hardpoint. It's not a map that I hate. After watching it so many times, it's just a map that is very hard to go in there and master. Very clearly proven by so many of these teams in here already. But for teams like Blacklist International and such, they have also proven that it is not an impossible map to master. You just need to, focus in on it a little bit longer. And with Ether picking this map up so confidently, I cannot wait to see exactly what they've got in store for us. Those rotations better be on point. But the operator skills that can be very useful at takeoff. You're talking about the Sparrows that have got the range, the Annihilators come in useful. But in each and every single individual hardpoint, after the first hardpoint, the Purifier is going to be effective as well.
Very effective indeed, but let's see what kind of bans are going to see. I mean, if you're going to be Ether, there you go. I was about to say the Sparrows as well. Take that out immediately, and that's very good. That's going to open up a lot of easier angles for Ether to hold, actually. With that Sparrow being banned, they could just win more gunfights with their guns instead of having the operators. But Untamed, are they going to ban the Purifier or maybe the Annihilator here? Because I feel like you should really ban the Purifier here, because in takeoff, there's a lot of small areas where you can just really burn enemies really fast. And there you go. The Purifier is going to be gone. Annihilator, Death Machine, Equalizer, and the Gravity Vortex are at your disposal. Let's see what's going to happen in that first game.
Yeah, and that just changes up the strategy a little bit since the Annihilator will be in play here. Because with the Purifier, you're going to just see them all getting their, operators on the ready, rushing into those points all at the same time. But when you've got the Annihilator, you want to just be the roamer outside. You want to just be exactly what EZR were at firing range earlier on, right? Where not each and every single player was in there trying to play the objectives at the same time, not believing, not trusting your objective player, but instead holding the peripherals of that area itself, making sure nobody has that opportunity to get into that hard point to play those points for themselves. So let's see exactly which one of these teams will be able to execute their strategies as planned. Ether Esports going up against Untamed. I'm excited to see this first match because it'll give us some sort of a rough idea how the rest of this series will go, Jericho.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm also looking at the way when they're going to use that operator skill. That's going to be a very huge thing, since it's not going to be a like the Sparrow, the Purifier that can take out all of the enemies. You got to use it perfectly in time, and you got to time it really right here. But here we go. Game number 1, takeoff Hardpoint, Ether versus Untamed. And we do see both teams going into the hill immediately, and the power possession is not being picked up by the side of Ether, actually. They don't have any players on top P4 and also on scaffolding. And if you look at the side of Untamed, they have that Aurora Lounge on lockdown, AJ. But Ether getting those early points.
Yeah, they were just butt heads first off at the hard point in itself. And it looks like Ether's just winning a bunch of their gunfights out there, man. Untamed, they are getting tamed indeed. They finally pick up the scaffold. No, they were running towards the scaffolding, but then they just hop right off of it. Very interesting approach coming in here from Untamed. They do have the opportunity and the ability to take over the hard point, but they just want to go in there and flank. But it seems like that has gotten them the win, and they break the hill for just a few couple of seconds and win a bunch of gunfights back to back. Untamed right back in this.
Yeah, Untamed they actually went through for that scaffolding push and prevented the players from Ether to rotate early, but now rotation is going to come through from Ether. They're going to be able to get those controls, but Zess is there to take down 2 players and just get more time for his teammates to delay the enemy so that they can set up properly. And Zess doing a lot, 5 kill spree on his name. Can he keep on going to get those streaks?
Oh, just absolutely perfect pincer push coming through from the players of Ether now to shut down this hard point. But the spawns is going to be on the side of Untamed. And if Ether wants to control the situation, they need to control the spawns. They need to go in here, reset the spawn out of the place of Untamed, make them come out of generators. But that is not the situation. They lose the hard point, they spawn out of generators, and they have to travel just a little bit more. Power position held on by the players of Untamed as they fight right back through in here. Calvin with the CBR comes in for the spray, but a good win by Zest pulls out the thumper as well. The Type 25 does get one, but will get traded out immediately. And these two teams, just like we expected, Jericho, quite equal in terms of their capabilities out here on the battlefield.
Yeah, quite equal indeed. Back and forth we go, 30 and 20, very close game. They're still fighting for that scrap time, but spawns have been flipped actually. Now Untamed, they're going to be the first ones on that Aurora Lounge. Juco going to be trying to cut them off on rotation, but there's a player already on the backside of P3. That's going to be Calvin. And he's going to be inside the hill. And here, this is the spawns here. It flipped actually for them. That's very unfortunate for Untamed. And even if it flipped Moon, he's there to cut him off and just delay that spawn. But even if it's already flipped Ether, they get the spawns again. It's just back and forth we go. 40-27, very close games here, AJ. It's anybody's game.
All right, great play coming through from Untamed. Now, as they try to retake this situation, they will be able to get the spawns out of generators, throwing in all of those men in, and they will be able to send out the Hunter-Killer drone as well, who finds absolutely no one. Annihilator can be played. Death Machine, one of the best operators to bring in to take off. It does have all of those angles that you can cover just to make sure you control the players jumping on into the spot. And it's a good approach here by Ether, but the spawn being held on by Untamed just gives them that extra upper hand. And now finally the spawn break coming through from the players of Ether. Better late than never, but they're just not that successful with the play, but they break the hard point instead.
Yeah, they break the hard point instead for at least getting the 8 seconds. And here comes Juco with Annihilator, 7 kill spree. He's definitely gonna want more, but he actually dropped that sentry gun too early for my liking. A beautiful shot by him, but he's gonna get taken out by the War Machine. We haven't seen that in a very long time, but it does come out now. Untamed, they have that hill, 70 points all already, but we do see the spawns for Ether. They have that spawns, but they managed to burn a lot of their operators. Now they just have to break it with their guns and their utils, but Juco is just there holding it down for his team. 70-40, huge play. But here comes Smooth Annihilator. Can it make the play? Takes down 2, but he's gonna get taken out as well. No help from his teammate. Then if you're Ether, you gotta push together. You know, you don't let your teammates push one by one. You're just gonna get snowballed. And now we do see that is happening. And Untamed gonna get this time here. Huge time for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Untamed just holding on to the good spawns as well out of generators, just one after the other. They throw the numbers in, they throw the bodies in. They're able to win it. Ramen trying to break the spawn and will be able to get in there, but no other players for him to take down, and just time played on the other side. Red Missile comes in here for the drop as well, manages to get one, and the players of Untamed, they won't need to worry now. They've done enough to make a slow play for the scaffolding back as we reset this hard point.
Yeah, that Predator Missile, you know, the scarcity usage of Ether on Untamed, not really the best at the moment. They could have used their sentry gun right now, but Juco just popping everything at the moment. Untamed still on that hill, but Ether finally breaks it. 45-95, 50-point lead here. Not really a huge lead for them, and this is a good comeback by Ether. They have control of everything. They have a top Aurora, top E4 as well scaffolding all the power positions for AJ. And Untamed, they're having a hard time trying to break the hill.
Yeah, 95-59, and the players of Ether now finally step one back in, but Untamed, they are throwing the numbers. They should be able to control this hardpoint for quite a while with the power hold of that scaffolding as well. 2 players there for the defense. Scaffolding player hears the shots. He knows that he's lost his fight already. He jumps off of the platform, and the players of Ether, they will be able to take over the fountain spot for a while, and that's just scrap points for them. The second hardpoint for the setup, and the players of Untamed already trying to go in there for the play. Nobody plays the final seconds of the hard point, which is quite disappointing if you're the players of Ether. But as far as Untamed is concerned, they want to just push on in there for that second hard point, and they get to start it off. Kozil with the CBR on for the spot. He breaks it way too quickly, and the players of Ether, they can make a strong comeback in here, but we expect it to go back and forth, Jericho.
Yeah, expect it to go back and forth. The last time we were here, it went down to that scrap time. The nade takes him out, 113-7. Ether Esports making a beeline for this this one, but here we go. Untamed also, they're going to stack this hill, and it's just going to be a straight up on gunfight. Here comes Fallen with the Annihilator, takes down 1. This is the usage I was talking about. Takes down 2 as well. Can he make it 3? But Moon is there for the trade. Contest is in. And if you look at the map, AJ, they're going to be trying to hit this pitch. They want this time. If you get this time, you can put so much pressure on Ether Esports, but they decide to give it up after Morty dies, and this is going to be a P3 setup here. And I like this from Untamed. You know what? Let's not get that time anymore. Let's just work on that next one. Now, Ether, they're going to be the one catching up.
Yeah, big brain plays coming through from Untamed, and that's decision-making at its finest, right? But they're not holding on to the spawns just yet, so I'm just wondering exactly what's going on here, because if Ether Esports sneaks on into generators, there you go. At that very final moment, they jump on onto generators, and they secure the spawn for themselves. Just big brain plays all the way through, man. Ether thought that they had a good call bringing Untamed into takeoff, but Untamed shows exactly why they hold on to this name. But Equalizer dropped in by the players of Ether, and Kozil, he will be running around all of these players, but 136 now, 14 seconds for Untamed to break this, and look at how they do it as a team, as a squad, waiting for each other, but the operators of Kozil just going to be able to give him that extra advantage in there. Pred Missile on the standby as well. He doesn't need to bring it out just yet, but if he does, he will have that advantage on him.
Yeah, that's the one we're talking about, the way they're using operators, but Morty doesn't care if you have an operator, breaks this hill on his own, and they can still win off this hill. You know, Ether, they have to hop on it. Here comes Morty, he's gonna get taken out, try to delay the enemies as well. Moon making this play, but the doubles child comes in, 2 more points. Can anyone contest it? They do 1 more point, and that's gonna be it. Untamed, they take game number 1. 150 to 105. Beautiful plays coming in from Ether for that last hill, but it just was a little bit too late. That lead really got to them in the end, and that one good break by Untamed. I mean, Ether, they had at least 2 operator skills brought out there, but Morty just went in there. He didn't care if he had operator skills. He had that Holger, sprayed them down, and that was the play of the game, and they got that game number 1.
Yeah, it was a good play by Ether, but when we look at the opponents, Untamed, the communication, the teamwork, just moving in there as one unit is exactly what broke down Ether Esports time and time again, right? And we saw the great use of those operator skills, which bought them a lot of time, but that's exactly what operator skills do for you in a game like Hardpoint. They buy you a lot of time, and you have to make the best out of it. They all pulled it out at the same time on top of everything else, right? There was just operators galore on the side of Ether Esports, and all Untamed needed to do was just to continuously throw their numbers in there, throw their bodies in, respawn, get back in there, and just run down all of those operators, and then break that hill, which they did to perfection. And it was just a great game played by Untamed, just being 2 steps in front of their opponents as a squad. Instead of Ether Esports, we saw great individual plays, but it was just not as tight as Untamed, if you get what I'm saying, Jericho.
Yeah, it's just not a tight, you know, the coordination, it was there towards the end, but at the start, it was just really lackluster. They started off really slow, and then that's when Untamed, they got away with that lead, and then that final hill, that final break pretty much sealed the deal for them. And if you are Ether, you played really well there. I feel like just, you know, that maybe it's just those first game jitters, AJ, like you would say. The nervousness is getting into them, that pressure. But it was a valiant effort for them. But Untamed, they were just a little bit better.
I love the plays from both of these teams, and you know, it's an exciting series to watch overall, because you just don't see one side just over dominating the other, right? Untamed most definitely did quite the good job in terms of rotation. Decision making was solid on their side. Just full awareness of when to go in there, take care of the spawns, when to go in there and fight for a certain hard point. But when you look on the side of Ether, there were great decision making on their side as well to fight it back. It just came down to those mechanical capabilities at the very end for the side of Untamed. And, you know, remember that one play where we had those players who could have gone in there and played the scaffolding, but instead they just ran past the scaffolding straight out towards the loading area, towards the guerrilla base, and they just made sure the flank does not come through. And that just happened to be the better play, instead of just throwing themselves out there onto the scaffolding of the second hardpoint.
Yeah, I think it's a very risky play. It could have gone either way, because if they lost that scaffolding, they were going to get pinched by Aurora and Scaff. So I believe Ether, they just wanted to get through, get that flank going so that they can focus fire on them as well, and trusting their teammates in that middle to win those initial gunfights to get that early lead. And I like that trust from Ether. You know, that's what you have. That's also one thing. You really have to trust your teammates on actually getting that play. But from the side of Untamed, everything was just going well for them, start to finish. A little bit sloppiness towards the end, but they managed to close it out. And now in S&D, I feel like both of these teams, it's going to be a very close S&D. Definitely not going to be a 6-0.
Oh, yeah. I hope it is not going to be one-sided, but based on what they have shown as Ether Esports as well as Untamed, mechanically, they can match up to each other. It's just that the strategies were a little bit stronger on one side. As we drop into Search and Destroy standoff, this is a map where a lot of those snipers, quite honestly, a lot of these players, they already know each and every single one of the angles, but it's all up now to the creativity of each team and the Guerrilla squad taken up by Ether, so they get to take the aggressive push forward first. And, I want to see what's the play from Untamed, man. Are they going to be giving away all of these retakes? Because the thumper is a thing in Call of Duty Mobile now. And when you just push back whole grannies first, allow them into that bomb site for that plant first, that's just thumper law later on, wear down all of their trophy system. You've got the grenades that are not just used yet. So a lot of creativity can come out at standoff, a map that everybody loves.
Yeah, ever since the thumper came into the picture, the teams that I've been coaching, I've been telling them not to use the nades at the start of the round because we've been noticing ever since the thumper hasn't been in there, they've been throwing their nades at like 135. They could just use it for a retake. They could use those nades to destroy the trophy first and then use their thumpers as well. That's how have an artillery barrage, actually. That's pretty much what Untamed has to do here. But let's see what's going to happen here. It's going to be game number 2, S&D on standoff. We do see... Okay, one back alley, one... Oh, wow, this is a rush play coming through from... Look at Untamed. They want to go through it. There's an Ether. Actually managed to get 2 already, and that's going to be a 4 versus 3. And just like that, bomb is down, and they have the advantage now.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go... all in. That's exactly what the attacking side of Ether Esports went in with, but the bomber just didn't have enough backup on him, right? He just had that one extra player there. Both of them get shut down, but it's a good trade overall. It's a 3v3. Camois, unfortunately, will not be able to find a player just yet, but Keen, if he is patient, he will be able to get one away here. No thumpers being played, but one quick grenade in. No trophy system taken out of the equation as well. Keen, on the other hand, will be holding onto the convenience store. Good angle. Ether Moon. And Keen, does not get the spray. Ramen finds him.
Ooh, that's going to be a very huge kill there. That's going to be a man advantage for them, but they know bomb is down over at the side of A. And, Carmul. He just hit that shot. And that's going to be a 1 versus 3. The advantage was in the Untamed. They get that stun check. And Camul takes him out. 1-0. That was going to be a round for Untamed, but either their snipers on point today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And Kamui won a play. I mean, that's just big brain play right there. Gets the stun check and immediately understands that it's either going to be one of those 2 corners, right? It's wallbang galore from then on. And the first guess that he went in with, it was just the right one. Sky now with the stun. And he backs away. Juko shuts down Kelvin. Unfortunate for him, but it's a good trade back and forth. That Bomber now in a very, very unfortunate position. And if at all Zest turns around to check that corner, it's going to be a GG. Bomb's going to be on the ground.
Yeah, that's going to be very important. But now the sniper, actually Kamul already on that side as well. He's going to be backing off. But they should be clear in the middle. Graveyard Zest takes him out. Spots another one that's left. He actually didn't spot him, but Juko spots him as well. Brings out the thumper. No hit marker. 4 versus 3 here. But Zest got all the way back to their spawn. He's going to take out the sniper, but he doesn't check that second floor. They want to take out this bomb carrier first. Are they going to be able to take him out? He's going to get spotted. Zest gets the trade. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Bomb is down. They don't have to push this. If you're Untamed, just play corners here. But he's going to decide to push. The sniper misses, and now it's going to be 3 versus 1. Can Kamul get another 3-piece in this round, or will Untamed get their first round?
He's holding on to his own base, Kamul. Kamui. Oh, yes, Kamui. Sorry, Kamui.
I just want to say, like, I've been saying this, the names, please, guys, think of something simpler. It's hard for us to say it. Like Kamul, Camu. I mean,
Kamui. One and only Kamui. DRQ. And he get the clutch. 25 seconds now on the clock, and the other players already on that bomb site. One just straying off far in towards Hatel. Kamui hasn't spotted him just yet, and the timing is going to work in the disfavor of Kamui. But he doubles back in towards that hotel yard. One for that rush. Kamui does not get the quick scope. Second time around, and Zest sprays him down. It's a 1-1. Good comeback by Untamed.
Yeah, that was good trigger discipline by him. But if he had a different gun, I feel like could have been better circumstances. But good round for Untamed. Zest 5-1 already, doing a lot for his team, just lurking around. And now let's see what kind of strategy will Ether do on this offense. They're gonna try to do the same thing, but this time they want to work their way towards B. They want to get some snipes first. It's gonna be a pick play here, but Sky just looks at the wrong time. If he stayed scoping there, could have gotten one player. Moon as well, looking for an enemy, just getting all the information. So far, nothing is happening. Moon trying to spot someone here, but look at how aggressive Untamed is. They have a player already in that middle pickup truck. They also have 3 players at the back, and then they left A open. Ramen, he's gonna get taken out by Zest. Zest just being a menace in the enemy team.
Yeah, but Ramen as well, it is the position that he was holding on to that forces you to look down onto the ground because you don't know whether your opponents are going to come from the left or right. And, just not enough time for him to react. Zest, on the other hand, with the CBR, just sprays him out way too easily. But good trade so far. Keen will be able to find one from the second floor of the warehouse, and he repositions himself to see if he can cut off the approach. And now if he pulls this off well, he can find Komui. Komui does not manage to spray. Keen takes down the second one. And now on the second floor of Bakery, one more for Keen to go in here and eat up. Comes out for the slide, but mistimes the slide. No muscle memory here at that spot. Calvin, on the other hand, with the KRM, good slide, gets the hit mark, but gets taken down by Juko as Untamed remains untamed.
I like that play for them. They sent 2 players lurking. They let Zest get 1. After that, Kane went over to that P2 and got 3 kills for them. And if you're Ether Esports, try to play a little bit more camp, play on those angles, adjust already, because they're going to be pushing. Sky gets stun check, doesn't get to get that snipe. Zest already gets that first blood immediately. Can he get 2 in a row? Yes, he can. Can he make it 3? He's going to get taken out by Moon, but Bomb is down over a tank. Calvin takes out Juko. 3 versus 3 here. Things are not looking well for both teams, but Calvin's going to double back. They can just rotate this over at B.
2-1. And the bomb now at Bakery. They second guess all of the decisions. Ether Esports, and that's a good plan, man. Double back, forget that information, understand where your opponents are before you aggress on fourth. Just wonder exactly where are they going to find this opening. The bomber now himself strafing into the hotel yard. Might get caught out by Keen, star player, 3 kills in here so far. And he double back. He will be able to take that back step through these back doors of Hotel as well, but he does not step on out. And good for him. 2 players would have been able to catch him out, and it's still a stalemate here with 50 seconds to go on the clock.
Yeah, 50 seconds on the clock. Sky, ooh, that timing. He's just laying down there in Kamui, trying to find a place. Spots the head there. That's information, but 3 versus 2. Bomb carrier has no help. He's going to be all alone here. And Kane again, going for that flank, just being a menace to this enemy. He's gonna get another pick here. 3 versus 1. They spot the bomb carrier over at tank. Sky spots him, will not get a shot off, but he's gonna take him out, and Calvin goes down. 3-1. Untamed, but looking very, very sharp on this defense.
Untamed just living up to their name. 1 win in here so far. They want to get this search and destroy as well. Ether Esports, on the other hand, they are putting up a good fight. It's just a little soft against the players of Untamed, who are quite solid with all of their gun plays. And the sniper as well on their side, just a little too stellar. Calvin with a quick approach in here towards the bomb site. Tries to take down the trophy system first. Hugo with the approach. Second shot in. I mean, you hit mark the trophy system, it's going to be a GG for you, man.
Yeah, you know it's going to be a GG. Sky gets 2 in a row. Zesk is going to spot another one. Last player alive, Kamui. What kind of heroics can you do? 1 versus 4. Philo picks out a CBR, but he's gonna get spotted by 3 players. Does get 1, but Sky is there for the trade, and that is such a great coordination play. The triple slide peak challenge, whatever you want to call it, works for them, and now it's gonna be such a sides Untamed on the offensive now.
The slide peak shot thingy, I've not been able to master just yet, man. I gotta play a little bit more. Sky Let's see if he can spot one out. Very interesting angle for him to hold on to. Follows it up with a quick grenade. Jumping on through. Does not get it just yet. But it's just a very risky angle to be holding on to as well. Zest will be able to find one as he over-aggresses on. Kamui down on the ground. Zest now onto the second floor, but gets spotted out by a player. Straight down, but not shut down just yet. Gozi will be able to find Juko. Keen trades Kelvin out. Zest from the back. CBR, but he shoots his own friend in the head. Fallen takes Moon out of the equation and Ether Esports with the one and only Ramen. The one that you cannot eat, but can he get a clutch? Thumper, trigger discipline. One for the bomb. Does not get the shutdown, and he will run away from his spot.
Yeah, this is one thing why I don't really recommend shotguns on S&D. Because once you get in this kind of situation, you have nothing else to do but let them push you. And there is one, but you need 3 more to go. Does not pick up a weapon. He's going to get sniped by Sky. 5-1. Match point for Untamed. Things are just looking really great for them. And Ether Esports, after that solid round number 1, hasn't adjusted in any sort of way.
Yeah. Let's see if or not Ether can make a solid comeback in here. They are on the defense. Dropping with a 2-1-2. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to find much from this. One player down already. Good nade by Fallen. Zest with the backstab. CBR. Ooh, he gets backstabs by Kelvin instead. Good play coming out from the players of Ether on the defense.
Yeah, defense indeed, but there's going to be one guy. He's going to take down 2. No kill. Gets taken out now. 2 versus 3. Sky and Fallen. Can they make the play? Bomb is down actually, but Fallen, he's going to make his way all the way back to the spawn here. He's going to take one down actually, but that's very, very huge for him. He's going to decide to try to go for the second one as well, but he's going to get pitched from behind. The shotgun almost gets turned on, but Ramen takes them out. 1v2 Sky, very, very winnable. He has the bomb here, but Ramen and Calvin has that Holger inside. He's going to get spotted, but Sky misses that first shot. He's going to get pushed through. Has that thumper to use, but he's going to get taken out by the shotgun. Unfortunately, 5-2. Now Ether Esports, slowly but surely, they got that round. Good adjustments by them, but they were so close from losing that game.
Oh yeah, man. But it's match point for Untamed, and they have got about 4 more rounds to get this clutch. It's just way too many to give a team like this an opportunity, right? And now they go in there for the approach in towards Bakery Backyard. Sky finds Moon with a good snipe, and now he's going to be able to find yet another. Sky on spot already, spotting out convenience store. One guy behind that, hotel shortcuts. Juko shuts down Kelvin. It's not a good trade coming through, and Juko finds yet another for himself, leaving one more player. Untamed remains untamed.
Did you even see the map? They didn't even pick up the bomb. That's just disrespect there, not picking up the bomb and just going through. But the way they executed that one, everyone had 1v1 gunfight. Sky started it off. They naded the small room. It forced out the player to push out. The player in tractor got triple challenged. The guy in the middle went through. It was just perfection. I love that play from them. 2-0. They definitely deserve this one. And now we might just see another donut, AJ. And it's going to be game number 3.
I don't know, man. It's not as dominant as what we witnessed between the squad of EZR as well as the Romans, but it is most definitely a one-sided affair at the very moment. But Ether Esports, they've shown us some good plays at that hard point, and in this Search and Destroy, maybe Search and Destroy is just not their matchup, right? So the saving grace here is you go back into domination, you've got to respawn, you've got those 3 flags to hold on to, you do not need to over-aggress, you do not need to deal with a lot of, the snipes in this case, which was quite the pain for them, Jericho.
It was quite the pain indeed. The adjustments, they started off really strong with that first round. Ether, they had such a good round. Kamui, whatever your name is, I'm sorry. He actually started off really strong, but once Untamed managed to adjust in the next couple of rounds, Ether, they really had no answers. They didn't have those mid-round adjustments that we would see from pro teams. And that was really the cause of their loss here, AJ. And Untamed, they were just playing on their pace, and Ether, they couldn't hang with that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but the fortunate thing once again is that we still have a game number 3, and this is a best out of 5. If they want to set up a comeback in this domination matchup, they most definitely will be able to, and if they can pull that off, it's just 2 more rounds to go, man. And the players of Untamed, they've shown them exactly what they have to fear. They have to fear that sniper when it comes to that search and destroy. So you just have to fight this back until Summit. and be able to win this back on a one-sided map. And they have got the Special Forces base on Summit on top of everything else. They have got the, the weaker side, but it is all about that spawn flip from the very, very first start itself, and then go in to control the Green Raider station. It's not something that they won't be able to pull off. But once again, man, it falls back to the mechanical capabilities of Untamed, which is quite spicy.
Yeah, quite spicy indeed. They're just winning all their gunfights in that S&D. But in Hardpoint 2, they started off really strong. But I feel like it was the map. That's why they couldn't dominate them as what EZR did against Warlord Romance. But I feel like in firing range, this might just change things. And this is where they have that comfortability, as we would say. And this might be an easy game for Untamed. But, either they showed signs of life towards that Hardpoint. And that S&D was just really... I hate to say it, but it was really horrible. It was really terrible to see. I mean, they just couldn't adjust in anything. But in domination, they could, it's a mid-pace game, not really as fast as Hardpoint. So I feel like positional gameplay is going to be very, very key here.
Yeah, teamwork's going to be key as well, and we see quite a good play as a squad coming through from Ether Esports. It's just mechanically they weren't able to keep up to Untamed, but anything can change, right, at this domination match. They just have to hold on to those right angles. They have to hold on to each and every single one of those power positions and hope for the best in here. It's not going to be easy, but it's most definitely still possible. We're still waiting for those team members to jump on into this third match lobby. And do you expect to end here on a 3-0, Jericho? Do you think we can go to a match number 4?
I expect a 3-0. Just the momentum alone is very huge, and I mean you're gonna get 6-1 in S&D. Your confidence is skyrocketing, and if you're Ether Esports, you may be demoralized, but this is where you really have to make that comeback. Get that energy going through. But here we go, Ether Esports versus Untamed. Will we see a 3-0, or will we see a game number 4? Domination in firing range. Hey, Jade, look at that triple cap from Untamed. They don't even decide to try to take out enemies. They just went through there, sacrificed their lives to capture B, and they just have to hold it down now.
Yeah, it's a good play, and the B flag is in their hands, but here comes Ether. And it's a good comeback, but it's the prevention that comes through from Untamed as well. My apologies, I'm going on a sneezing spree, Jericho. I gotta help you. I gotta get you to help.
All right, well, let AJ sneeze first. I had sneeze too, but here we go. Ether gonna hop on that B flag as well, but the prevention comes through. And Ether Esports, they're pushing one by one here. Not really a lot of team play here, but finally, Ramen is gonna make that play. Gonna be that annoying player, but the triple cap might just come through here. But Zest decides not to, tries to prevent B, but Ether, they're going to be capturing B, and that is what you need, and they are now on the verge of that triple cap.
Oh, they're on the verge of triple cap. My goodness, I did not expect this from Ether, and now the C flag. Oh, the clearing area, the defense just not possible for Fallen, but they do have the trade now on the passageway. They've got barracks hut secured for themselves. Now to make the play down for the B flag once again is going to be tough. It is the spawn flip coming through from the players of Ether Esports. They've got a full control of clearing area. Throwing the players into auto repair is going to be the best spot for the defense on the B flag right now. And the players of the Untamed, they just need to break auto repair first, and that's going to be the start to the crash of Ether.
Yeah, that's going to be the crack that they need. But look at that, Ether Esports preventing Untamed from capping it. But Untamed, they're going to be able to get C. They're going to be trading flags with Untamed as well. And now Untamed, they're going to be down 2 points. And Ether, I like this hold from them. They're just trying to hold down B as well. But they're losing all their gunfights. Moon distracting Morty as well. But 3 players peek top barracks. And just like that, they take back B and C. Now they just have to control that trailer side. And they can just start working those score streaks.
Untamed now. Clearing area, that's their aim. They want to be able to clear off all of these markers first. And unfortunately for them, they get bombed out one after the other. The defense from Ether Esports, a little soft on the clearing area, but they do not stop. They want to fight for this flag. 3 players now, all at the same time out, but oh my lord, Ether, they thought they were going to be able to get it, but the defense from the side of Untamed, just a little too stellar, and a triple cap setup. Untamed, they are wrecking the players of Ether Esports.
Definitely they are. They started off really strong, Ether, but now the trip comes to Fallen, gets one with Annihilator. Can he keep going? Misses that second shot. Doesn't matter. Has to Thumper as well. He's going to try to hold it down on his own. The Thumper does not make the play, but more of his teammates coming in there. Morty also brings out the Annihilator 68 to 46. That's going to be it for that first half. But Morty, 2 more shots on Annihilator. Gets one more. He's going to get stunned, but good to have for both sides. But Untamed, Just running away with this game number 3.
Yeah, Marty with the Holger up on into the scout tower, but it's just a little bit of an overkill. They have this down and in the hand. 75 to 50 at a domination firing range is a good place to be. It's not the best, but we did see a couple of triple caps coming through from the side of Untamed as well, and Ether Esports struggling to keep up with them. And the clearing area picked up by the Ether Esports side before they make their way into the B flag.
Wow.
And that's going to be the weakness of Ether Esports, right? Not going in for that full commit for the B flag from the get-go, which is something they will regret later on. But they try to hold the perimeters of this place, but the gunfights just lost one after the other. And Untamed now with a good setup inside of the white warehouse, making sure the B flag is not taken away just yet. And they are going for a triple cap once again.
Going for that triple cap indeed. Juco as well, but Moon's going to be there to overextend towards A. Untamed, they're going to lose that flag. But here comes Untamed. They want that C flag as well. But there's going to be a player there preventing it. We have Calvin there with a double kill. He's going to get taken out. And now Ether Esports, they have that triple cap for a while. That second cap, the 2 cap as well. And now the comeback might just happen here. 83 to 67 Untamed. Looking a little bit lost here, but they need to get that trailer. They managed to get 3 down immediately, but Moon is still on that top barracks. They have to take him out. Finally, B is clear here, but one player in trailer can make that difference.
Yeah, everything that was needed was done to perfection there, and now Ether Esports on the way to a comeback. Moon needs to win all those gunfights. Unfortunately, he falls to the numbers. Untamed throwing it in. They want to protect this, and why do they want to do that? Because they want to give the protection to the objective player who pulls away that B flag, but it's not going to be possible just yet. Barracks Hut is held on by Ether, and Ramen is just being such a pain from the top, and it gives Calvin the opportunity to step into the white warehouse and prevention for the B flag. Ether Esports, what a way to make a comeback. They're so close now to taking the lead in this matchup as well. Calvin, anticipation, and he drops the gravity spikes. Still alive and kicking. 7 kills in a row. Gets the bread in there. Double kill for him. Can set up the sentry. Ether Esports, are they going to be able to get this victory? Great setup for the sentry in terms of positioning, and he will have an extra man to hold on to this point whilst he gets taken down.
Yeah, Calvin alone made the huge play for them. And Untamed now have no answer. They're getting melted one by one. But here comes Juco with the overextension. The Predator comes in. They take down 2 actually, and that's gonna be huge. They can actually try to capture A as well, but they decide to hop on B immediately. And here comes 4 players from Untamed. They're just gonna hop on it immediately. Can they manage to capture 2 more players? Moon does not protect B, and just like that, Untamed, they managed to capture B again. Still a very close game here. Untamed, they can still make that comeback. The thumper comes through. Morty, they take them down. They don't need to go for that trip cap. They just have to defend it. Morty making huge plays. Juco with a hunter killer does not able to pop it. But look at the spawns here. Ether Esports, they're forced to spawn at C. Fallen gonna get taken out by Annihilator again. And if you're Untamed, go for A. Don't try to defend C.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And now they keep bludgeoning their head all in towards the B flag, finally making an attempt to pull away passageway. That A flag now, are they going to be able to get it? This is going to be the fight of his life. Fallen, who does win it, but they do have the numbers there for the prevention. Untamed, they will be able to take that A flag strong in their hands. And the players of Ether Esports, they've only got 1 on their side now. B flag on the attempt. They try to steal away Barracks Hut as well. Here comes that threat out. Will need to spot a good player. Man, does not get 1. He has that blocked by the tree, but he brings out the sentry instead and to hold on to the Barracks Hut.
Yeah, but this might just be over. That triple cap, no one can capture the flag anymore. And yeah, that's going to be a game number 4, AJ. Very good comeback by Ether. The way they held everything down, positional gameplay, and Untamed, they didn't look really good in that second half, AJ. Like, nothing was happening right. They were just pushing in one by one. Yeah. They were forcing too much gunfights that they couldn't, and they let Calvin go on a streak, on a very beautiful streak, 9 kills spree. The gravity spikes making an appearance there. I mean, that was just very unfortunate for Untamed. 1 player pops off, and then the rest was history. Everyone was just running on that momentum, and now we have to go to a game number 4 in Summit.
Yeah. Never give up. That's the motto, right? Do not give up in a matchup like that where you feel like, your opponents have been, so strong in the first two games. You feel like even in the third game, first half, no matter how much you tried, they triple capped them twice within that first half, right? And Untamed, they had such a stronghold on that matchup. They had a 25-point lead as well, but it was such a different side of Ether Esports that we saw in the second half. The usage of the score streaks were just absolutely perfect. We did see the gravity spikes being brought out in the perfect timing as well. They knew exactly how they needed to play this. White Warehouse was key for them to go in there for the defense because they knew stepping on in towards the tool shop, stepping on in towards clearing area was just an overextension that they could not afford to do for themselves. But with the takeover at the White Warehouse already, and once the opponents started spawning all over the map, that's when they took advantage of this game fully. Ether Esports, I'm quite shocked with how they were able to turn things around so cleanly in that second half, Jericho.
Yeah, it was a very clean second half for them. I mean, it started off a little bit slow, but once that triple cap came through, and then Calvin was the one that really started that comeback, that streak by him. And then I believe Moon also got those, the one whoever used the, Kozil, actually, with that equalizer, he killed at least, 8 guys back to back. And then huge Predator missiles by them. And that was the one that sealed the deal, the triple cap at the end. And I mean, things are looking good for them. But now it's going to be Hardpoint on Summit. And that is the map chosen by Untamed.
And you see, I feel like Ether will be able to fight back and fight back hard, right? Because like what they've been able to prove at this firing range is that they can keep up with the mechanical capabilities of their opponents. But if you look at the numbers here out there on the battlefield, it was just the objective that was played slightly better by the side of the players of Ether in comparison to the kills that were picked up by Fallen, Marty, as well as Keen, right? I mean, dominant as usual out there on the battlefield. And when you throw them into a one-sided map on Summit with the players of Ether now holding on to the weaker side as well, I believe, it's going to be quite a challenge for them later on.
Definitely quite a challenge for them in Summit. And now it's going to be a one-sided map, like you pointed out, AJ. It's going to be that those money hills again, P3 and P4 are going to be very, very important. But also at the same time, you remember that takeoff, the way that Untamed was rotating was very, very early. But this time, it's a smaller map. It's not takeoff where you have to rotate early. You really have to fight for that scrap time. So gunfights are going to be the number one thing here. I mean, in any map, gunfights are number one here. But I think it's just the teamwork here is going to be number one, and also communication. They have to be in sync here, or else they're going to have to go to that bronze medal match.
I'm just wondering what was the ideation, or what is going to be the ideation from the side of Ether Esports as they choose to play on the Special Forces side. It's going to be a slower approach towards that first hard point, right? So, and if they are able to flank around, I'm just curious as to how they're going to set this first one up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens here. Game number 4. It's win or go home for Ether and Untamed. They just need one more to send these boys to the bronze medal match. But here we go, second floor. They're going to get stunned through immediately. But that triple challenge by Ether, they take control immediately, but they have to jump down from that. And that's the old style, the old plays that are coming through. But Untamed, they don't really care. They're just going to be hopping on that hill immediately, get that 12 points as fast as they can. But Ether, they managed to break it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really good break coming through from the side of Ether Esports. And they just now need to prove that it was well worth for them. My God, after they break it, they go in and they take the spawns away from Untamed. That's a good play. That's a solid play. And now they'll be spawning a little bit closer towards this hard point. But the players of Untamed, they throw bodies in one after the other. And just with those mechanical capabilities, with those engagements, they win over the hard point. Green Raider Station is the spawn for them. Both of these players now, both of these teams just bludgeoning heads in against each other. Keen with the thumper, but unfortunately mistimes that. Komui drops on in, helps his team members right back in this, and Ether, they will be able to find this hard point just before that reset. On for the edge platform, but it's Untamed that has got the better spawns for this side. Let's see how they play to perfection.
Yeah, but look at Kamui. Actually, we had eyes on him. He's going to be the one flipping the spawns here. So he has a huge task ahead of him. If he can make the player, it's going to be very, very huge. But he's going to get taken out. No place for him. Kozil going to push in with his teammate. Calvin is there for the trade. 32-22. And so far, Ether Esports looking good in the speed too. Can they get all that time? 29, 30 to 32. But here comes a drop from Untamed. It's a beautiful drop on everyone, but at the same time, the answer from Ether also so beautiful.
It's just a well-matched, equal teams, both sides, both fighting for this one opportunity to move on into the grand finals. Ether Esports against Untamed. The biggest difference here is Untamed already has 2 of these matches. Ether Esports need to win this or it's game over. They move on into that bronze setup. And 10 more seconds in, Untamed already setting up the third hardpoint for themselves. But you can see Moon trying to hold on for that spawns, not letting go of the spawns. And that's going to be the more important play when it comes in there for the early rotation. And now, just by Moon's play, you see the players of Ether Esports spawning behind at the water tower as well. But mechanically, they lose all those gunfights and it makes it all useless. Moon abandons his post as well, and that was the break that Untamed needed.
Yeah, and Juko actually brought out that Annihilator, just changed things up. He's one away from that sentry gun. He needs to get that kill, but he's gonna get taken out. Ramen pushes in as well. One player alive, Kozil, but actually breaks it on his own, and he needs help from his team. If the gravity body comes through, he's gonna get taken out. 63 to 50. Money Hill's not really getting yet, but Ramen's on the flank again. They're gonna push this. They want to apply so much pressure, and this one in Ether, they actually got the better of that P3.
Insane stuff coming through from these players, man. I mean, back and forth, this swings, and now the players of Ether stepping right back in that. They've gotten the spawn for themselves. 12 more seconds in here. They need to break and hold. And that, if they take out these players, which they do, it just helps out Untamed, because it helps Untamed respawn closer towards the next hard point. And you know they want to go in there for that early setup, and they will be able to take over the spawns out of Guerrilla Base as well as they lock down each and every single one of these corners, winning those gunfights. Kelvin needs to win this as he goes in for the back entrance towards the Guerrilla Base. He's not going to be able to get that. It all falls into the hand of Kamu. He goes down as well. Great plays coming through from Untamed.
Yeah, great plays coming through from them. They wanted to go for that early setup. They want to get that whole 60 here. So far, Ether Esports, they're going to fight for it. Here comes Calvin. They have the gravity spike to invest in here. And they're going to go in. Juko goes down. That's going to be a clean break. But spawns are still in favor of Untamed. And Ether, they're spawning all the way in Narnia. But they have one more player inside that hill. And Moon just making the play on his own, staying alive and waiting for his teammates. Moon is still alive in that hill. Just contesting it. Finally gets taken out. 100-point mark reached by Untamed.
See if they will be able to run away with this. Now Untamed, they win that gunfight, but the challenge is still in there, and a final few scrap points by Ether Esports. But now Untamed once again with an early rotation in towards control room number 2. They want to be able to open up this next hard point. Scrap points not played by either team, as they both know the importance of winning this game. Ether Esports, they want to push this into game number 5. Untamed wants to finish this off right here, right now, and move on to the grand final. This is going to be possible. Juko pulls out the KRM backstab, takes out the player who was on the edge as well, gets the double, and the triple's just not possible as Morty shuts him down. But it's a great fight down here at that control room number 2, as neither side wants to give up. But Untamed breaks that hill, but not for long at all, as the numbers keep coming back in.
Yeah, numbers keep coming back in, back and forth gunfight. We go. Here comes Spawn with that Annihilator. What can he do here? Contest is in, 30 seconds in, but they take out Ramen. Here comes Kozil, gonna push it on his own, but he has to. He actually got 2 there. That's 2 huge kills for them. But Fallen, Annihilators in hand. Still can make the play. He's gonna spot one player on his right. Thumper takes him out as well. 120 to 80. They finally get that hill. They take him out as well, working towards that Goliath. He's gonna get taken down. Moon's making the play. 2 more kills. Everyone's just making individual plays here, but they have to contest the hill.
Oh, smart play by Moon, and now Ether, they take it back, but just for a few scraps. Now, this second hard point is very, very, very tough to hold on to. We don't know about the streaks on the side of Untamed just yet. It's going to be a GG if one of them has got that bread or cluster for the assistance, but you can see the drone being brought out by the side of Ether Esports. Extra information, but all that information with this chaos will not do them much favors. And Juko, Annihilator for the pop, goes in for the second shot, does not get that hit, but he doesn't need to, because he is backed up by the rest of his team members. And now 10 more seconds can finish this off. But Ether Esports, they throw in the bodies. By not winning those gunfights, they cannot break the hill just yet.
Yeah, 3 more seconds. Is anyone there close to get that contest? No. And that's going to be it. 150 to 85. 3 to 1. Untamed. They are going to the grand finals, and they are sending Ether Esports to the bronze medal match. But you know what? Valiant effort by them. They played
Oh
their
yeah.
hearts out in that game number 4. But individual plays by Untamed really showed out there. I feel like Moon, he did so much that he can, but his teammates weren't just on the same level as he is.
Yeah, but it's all right now. Ether Esports, as they drop on in towards that bronze match, the ones that need to be on standby is the Romans, man, because Ether, they put up such a strong fight against Untamed, and they were quite good in terms of those rotations, in terms of the decisions that are being made out there in the battlefield. The biggest differentiator here is the gun skills, and as you can see towards the final parts of that matchup, they were just being overpowered, man. 30-13 being dropped here by Juco. The guy was insane at Summit. 26-13 from Fallen as well. How do you fight those numbers? Even with Zest towards the bottom, 20-17 he pulls in here for himself. It's just crazy stats, crazy numbers coming out of the players of Untamed.
Yeah, crazy numbers coming out from them. Juco 30, like you said, the Juco and Fallen duo really making a name for themselves. And look at on the other side, Kamui and Moon trying their best, but if you're gonna go 11-23 and 14-23, that's not really gonna cut it for you in that hard point. But that's what we said, AJ. The teamwork there, the way that you were winning your gunfights, that was very, very important. And the scores, the operator usage of Untamed was just really, really great. They were using it at times when they needed to cut off rotations, get some easy kills with those annihilators, and get those streaks. So I feel like that also played in a part for them winning this game number 4.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, it's just unfortunate that Ether was not able to close this off and force a game number 5 at the Search and Destroy. But, it is what it is, because now they will have to prepare for the 3rd series. And there's no rest for the players of Ether Esports, because right after this, we take a quick short break. When we come back, they have to take on Romans in another best out of 5. So they don't get any rest for themselves. But, comparing their mechanical capabilities against their opponents this time round versus how Romans kind of fared against EZR, it's a world of difference right there with the plays.
Yeah, it's going to be a different kind of game here. Warlords, they have to really, really dig deep in and find that energy, find that hype that they need against Ether Esports, because they are going to be pissed off after losing this series, and they want to bring out that madness on them.
Let's see if they will be able to do that. But for the time being, it is the results of this series where we thought Ether Esports could fight it back all the way to game number 5. But unfortunately, Untamed, living true to their name, refused to be tamed by the magical creation of the ethereal creatures. Untamed grabs takeoff 150 to 105. Standoff, Search and Destroy. They beat them 6-2. And a small good comeback, 150 to 131 by Ether Esports. But of course, a good wrap up at Summit, 150 to 85. Untamed closed this series off to book a ticket in the grand finals to go up against the one and only easy Reborn Esports.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great finals matchup. But here are the highlights. If you just missed it, here are the scores, guys. 3-1. And we're going to show you some highlights here on that game number 1, that takeoff. It was really anybody's game. It was a very close game. 45 points was the final nail in the coffin. But Untamed here, they played it perfectly. They were rotating early. They were getting all the power positions they need. They were fighting all the scrap time that they can. And then for Ether Esports, they played well at the start, but also in the end. But towards that middle of the game, they started to slow down. That's why they needed to start playing. They played as a team very late, AJ.
Yeah, and I feel like Untamed just had those better rotations there, in terms of holding on to the spawns for the second hard point in itself, in terms of controlling the spawns overall. Untamed really just takes the cake for themselves, right? The early rotations was key to show exactly who had the better understanding and awareness of this map. And you would expect that out of Ether Esports because they were already on the losing side. So it is them who needs to make that hustle in towards the next hard point, go in there and set it up for themselves. But they just try to play catch up all throughout. But the one place where it did change was when the score streaks came out and Ether really making a run for it. They bought time, but that was about it. They bought some time for themselves.
Yeah, they just bought some time for themselves, indeed. But it was just a little bit too much, Untamed. They took over, since the start. I think the early lead really changed the game because if Ether had to had a close game towards the middle, I feel like they could have won this game number 1. But Untamed just really pulled away from that second rotation, from that second reset. and it pretty much was the nail in the coffin here. Look at Kel here. He's just making a lot of plays here on his own. It's very annoying, but this one was really nice from Ether. The break here, the usage of the score streaks, of the operator skills, but the spawns, they thought that they were going to spawn from the back, but it was just a good push from Untamed here, pushing in the middle, and I think that was Morty who actually just pushed through there with that Holger, took down 2 players with operator skills, and that was the one that was the play that actually got them the victory.
Yeah, indecisive moments there from Calvin as well, because he could have gone in there for the flank or he could have just held onto his ground. And there was just that one point where he questioned exactly where he wanted to go and he just wasted way too much of time, right? But if he had gone in there for the flank at that point, he might have been able to change things around, at the very least at that hard point. But when we went into Search and Destroy Ether Esports, they showed us their capabilities just a little bit more at the standoff.
Yeah, this one was really nice. The first round was really good for Ether, but Untamed, they adjusted as fast as they can. And Ether, they had no adjustments whatsoever. They were sticking to their same strategies all the time. And that's one thing where you, in S&D, even if you have set strategies, you need to be ready for situationals like that, just to switch up all the time. And Untamed, they were just freestyling on them. They were just running through middle, getting the flank all the time, always getting picks for them. And, Either every time they have a player that's already down, they don't know what's their next move.
Yeah, and Sky is just showing just what a great sniper he was over at that matchup. Domination. It was a great start by Untamed. They ran towards that 75-point mark, grabbing hold of that triple cap. One too many times, if you ask me. And, it just looked like Ether Esports had no standing in here whatsoever, and they were not going to be able to make any comeback. But in that second half, we saw them step it up, and we saw those stellar plays come through, right? They were playing for the White Warehouse. They were playing those power positions to the T, and it paid off.
Yeah, it paid off immediately. That play by Untamed there was really good at the start, but once here, Calvin really set the tone with that streak, and also using that Predator missile to the advantage, just getting a lot of information. And the two players in particular in the second half really changed the game. It was Kozil and Calvin just making huge plays for the team. This is the one right here. This is the one that sealed the deal for them. Kozil getting 2 in a row, make that 3, 4, and 5, and then from there, that was a GG already, because he had a teammate capping A. They got that triple cap. The Predator missile comes through, and then Untamed, they just had to focus on that next game already.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And it was a great comeback out of nowhere. And Untamed, they were pissed because when they brought in the fight into its Summit Hardpoint, they were relentless. They were not allowing the players of Ether to run away with the matchup at all. They just kept fighting, throwing their bodies in one after the other. Early rotations proved to be the key for the players of Ether Esports, but I don't know if it was miscommunication or whatsoever, but they abandoned the spawn a couple of seconds later and they let themselves falter. And when it went to the 4th hardpoint, it was already once again, just like what we saw at Takeoff, early rotations being the name of the game for the side of Untamed.
Yeah, early rotations indeed here. Untamed, just that second, every time it's already the second rotation of the hills, Untamed just feels a little bit more better. They were just doing a lot more good things. And for the side of Ether, they were in panic mode. They were hopping on the hill as fast as they can. They're trying to contest, just try to contest that hill, not to get any points. But once Untamed got what they wanted, that lead that they needed, they were just not really toying, but they had all that advantage with them, with this Juco, with the Annihilator, actually pretty much sealed the deal there with that with those kills. And then in the end, they got those points. No one had the contest. It was already a GG.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those were the 2 semifinals of the day. The next one's going to be the bronze match, but after a quick short break. Welcome back to the Ways of War, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Coach Jericho to bring you guys all of the action from today. And so far, we have seen dominance coming out from two teams, right? One team a little bit more dominant than the other. EZR, they had a clean streak all the way through. There was a 3-0 there that they took up against the Romans. Ether Esports, they struggled to take the fight up against Untamed, but they did. They were able to, at the very least, win domination in quite a stunning fashion, Jericho, at the second half.
Yeah, quite stunning fashion indeed. They had to go through a game number 4, but that game number 3 was really nice. It was a comeback for them, but it wasn't enough for them to actually move through the grand finals. And Untamed, they're gonna take that. But before we go to the grand finals, we have that bronze and medal match. It's gonna be Warlord Esports Romans versus Ether Esports, wherein if you are Warlords, you better be ready because Ether, they're pretty pissed off after losing that series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, we saw the resilience, we saw the fight in Ether Esports that we unfortunately could not detect in the Romans earlier on. When the Romans went in there for the spawn flip, they kind of just got broken and then they didn't try for it again. When the Romans, they wanted to break the hill that was being held onto by the players of the opposition. Early on, it was EZR. They just didn't try for it again. But Ether Esports, they're not ones to give up. They kept bashing their head through, and it was not, without any brains or whatsoever, right? They waited for the rest of these team members. They understood what did it take to go in there and win, and they could most definitely execute it to perfection. Because a lot of the teams, we see the disconnect where they have those great ideas. We see them making those plays, but they just don't follow through because mechanically they're just not able to keep up.
Yeah, mechanically they just couldn't keep up. They had some moments, some pretty bright moments from Calvin and from Koza. Yeah. But other than that, it had to be a team effort. They couldn't do it on their own. It was yes, the domination, we did see some heroics coming through, but you can't rely on heroics alone. It really has to be with your teammates, and that's what Untamed did. They had the great teamwork, great chemistry, they had great plays, they had everything ready. That's why they deserve to be in their grand finals. But Ether, they can show something here up against Warlord Romance, who had a really rough first series against EZR, and hopefully I do want to see them try to make a comeback here, getting that third place at least.
Let's take a quick peek at the schedule for the day. And once again, a quick recap as to how things have broken down officially and what else can you guys expect for the rest of the day, right? When we opened up, it was a donut being served up by EZR to We Romans 8, 1-3 and 0. The Romans just could not get any of their plays on point. Untamed, on the other hand, I wouldn't say they struggled, but it most definitely was a challenge at the domination that Ether Esports got the better half of. And in that second half, they just took one back for themselves, 3-1. That's exactly how the semifinals 2 ended. But that just sets up the bronze match as well as the grand finals for us. In the bronze match, we have the Romans taking on Ether Esports. And for the grand final cracker later on, Untamed takes on Reborn Esports.
I think that I really want to go on that grand finals, but I know Romans and Ether, they have something up their sleeve. Are we going to see a game number 5? We already saw game number 4, but are we finally going to force a game number 5 and go through that round 11? But as we wait for the bans and picks, Romans, I really hope that they watch their film up against EZR Reborn, because if they didn't, we might just see the same story that happened to them at the start.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. You need to be on your thinking. Your thinking cap needs to be on at all points, and your fingers just need to be ready to respond to a moment's notice, right? You cannot be having any of those slight delay in responses. But we're still going through the bans and picks, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for this third matchup in here, because obviously we had this just set up moments ago, and the teams are, I guess, second guessing their decision that they went in with earlier on. We are not so sure exactly who did get the win of that coin toss, but either way, we wish the Romans good luck, because we saw what Ether Esports could bring out in that second matchup, in the second series that we spotted on in here, and it was quite a lot of firepower, Jericho.
Yeah, quite a lot of firepower indeed. And if you are Romans, I feel like ban takeoff. I think that's number 1 already. If I was going to be their coach, just ban takeoff, ban your weakest map already. And if you're Ether, I don't know if they had enough time to at least look at what Romans did, but I guess firing range could also be a good. They're good at firing range, but I think Summit could be a good ban for them because what we saw on that game number 4 against Untamed, they were really struggling in that Summit. So I feel like Takeoff and Summit could be those bans. But let's see, maybe Romans, they want to prove them that they can actually play on Takeoff, but they have to pick that comfort pick. But here we go. The bans
Yeah.
and picks are already, AJ. Who's gonna win Lady Luck?
Oh, it looks like Ether Esports have got the advantage here, which is just unfortunate for the Warlords, man. I mean, because if you ask me to go in with a prediction, I would say I pegged the Ether Esports squad to be taking the lead early on, but it's going to be about the bans. What ban will they be bringing out this time round? Ether Esports, it's potentially either Hackney or Takeoff, but we did see them play quite a solid one earlier on. I don't know exactly how they're going to swing this. Let's see exactly where they go.
Yeah, so that's going to be the first ban. It's going to be Hackney Yard by Ether Esports. So most probably Warlord, they're going to ban should be Takeoff unless they want to ban Standoff again. What is Warlord's ban? Let's show the viewers. It's gonna be, there we go. Takeoff is a ban, and we
That's a good
have
one, yeah.
finally have the usual bans for most of the teams here in
Yeah.
the Garena tournaments. And now game number 1 should definitely be a Summit here as Ether. They want to keep it one-sided, but let's see what's gonna be map number 1.
Yeah, Summit's going to be good. You could go to, there you go. They bring it into standoff. Although Summit is a good one-sided match, I don't think Ether Esports wants to take that risk just yet, right?
Yeah.
It's just a little too close for comfort. They don't know exactly how the Romans are, and I feel like they do not want to underestimate them as well. Romans will be able to respond for map number 4. Let's see if they get a little overconfident and drag us into Summit instead.
Yeah, probably Summit or even firing range could be a good thing. And firing range is the map. And actually, AJ, I think Either got to watch the maps and modes for that first series, and they saw that Warlord, they banned Standoff immediately. So that's immediately a plus for the side of Ether, because I think Warlords, they struggle in Standoff.
I don't see why they would, right? Standoff is not that difficult of a map to master. Just very few of those angles for you to kind of go in there and lock down. But the Warlords, we did see them struggling a little bit with communication as well. So hopefully that does not end up being one of the things that kind of messes with their gameplays. They already had a matchup at Raid earlier on. I'm wondering if they will be able to bring us there once again and show us that they have learned from the lessons that they were taught by EZR.
Now let's see map number 2. Warlord, they're gonna be the ones picking this SND, the first SND, and it should probably be a Summit. Okay, they finally bring in Crossfire. And Ether, they decide to go for the defensive side. I thought they were going to go for the offense because we've seen a lot of times that defense is really hard on Crossfire, but they're confident in their defensive strategies, and let's see if it's going to work. And now map number 5, that's going to be the choice of Ether Esports. If it does go to a map number 5, let's see what map they're going to pick.
I mean, Crossfire SND is just so super one-sided, right? So good luck to Ether as they choose to play the defensive. Very curious about that one. Raid will be map number 5 for SND, and Summit is our domination map, and Special Forces side picked by the one and only Warlords. And interesting setup coming through from both of these teams, I have to say, Jericho.
Yeah, interesting map picks indeed, especially that Summit domination. We don't really see that map often anymore for domination because it's really hard. Once you get control of that second floor, you pretty much have the control of the whole game. And I'd rather choose Raid domination because it has more range, more possessions to control. But maybe, just maybe, Ether Esports, they're more confident in playing at Summit. But let's take a look at the ban of the operator skills. Ether are going to be picking first. Are they going to throw the bait, or they're just going to ban the Sparrow? Yes, they throw the bait down. The Purifier has been banned. And Warlord, are they going to ban the Sparrow?
Purifier is down. Sparrow is out. Annihilate is on for the pop. Going to be very useful in Crossfire especially. but it's sorry, not Crossfire. My apologies, Summit especially. But it's all about whether or not they will be able to bring it onto that activation, right? Whether or not they will be able to make full use of it. Earlier on, we did spot the players of Ether. At the moment they were able to bring on their operator skills, they bought so much of time at that hard point. Over at Domination, it was quite a struggle for them to just stand toe to toe with the boys of Untamed. But they managed to pull it off at the end.
Yeah, they managed to pull off in the end, but sometimes they also had some poor usage of that operator skills. They would pull it out, get a kill, and then after that they would try to challenge at least 4 guys at the same time. Not the best thing to do. And for the side of Warlord, I do not see any pressure from the operator skills. Then I think that's a big what if. They have to change that in that standoff, especially in that P4. That's one of the best times to bring it out. P3 and P4, just to cut them off rotation, make them spawn all the way across the map. But okay, Ether Ramen gonna pull out the sniper. But here we go, game number 1. We Romans versus Ether Esports. It's gonna be Hardpoint and standoff.
If he brought out that sniper here, bro.
Disrespect.
Ramen now with the KRM in hand will be able to open up the side. Hit mark on the very first one itself, but thankfully Dark's grenade finds this mark and it will be a good shutdown. Eat my lord. I did not see that, bro. I
delete the VOD. I'm kidding, but 7 to 8 and 1. Very fast play coming in from both sides. Double shotgun set up by Ether. We don't see this anymore, AJ. We usually see 1 shotgun user and 3 SMGs, but so far, Warlord Esports, they get the first initial points. They're gonna get an early lead here, and Ether struggling at the start.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all, right? For the first hard point, if you've got a double KRM setup, it's gonna be quite a GG for your opponents because these are almost CQCs that they have to take this fight on, and the approach is quite guarded in towards that first hard point. So it's a good strategy, it's a good setup coming through, but quite equal on both sides. Look at Ramen just bagging so many of those kills together with Dark as well. Those KRMs really are quite the good pickup for this first hard point. And as you move into the second hard point as well, it definitely will be. But you now need the backup from the assault rifles, right? Because from this on end, when you move on in from gas station to break that warehouse, when you're making your way in from the Guerrilla Avenue through Bakery, the KRM now is going to be the weak point. So hopefully it will be a continuously change in the loadouts that they select to bring in for this matchup.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's going to work out in their favor, but Calvin has that Predator Missile to use. Kozel already inside the hill as well. The 33 to 21 here. And Romans, this is where they've been struggling, trying to break a hill on as a team here. But so far, they actually managed to break as a team. 1 guy goes in already. Moy, the break is through. And finally, Warlord Romans, they are righting the wrongs here by pushing it together. But so far, hasn't translated into points. But finally, they have it. And Dusa gets 3 kills in a row. And now Warlord making a short comeback here. Can they keep going?
I've got respect for Warlords already. The Romans earlier on, we saw exactly how individualistic their plays were, but now they push in together as a squad, and it seems to be paying a lot of dividends to their side, man. Final few scrap points is going to be picked on by the one and only Wins. He got that one final gunfight, and the rest of his team members, they're going in there for the early flank, for the setup of the Granny's house, and Chips gets that kill in a most convincing fashion. And now with the KRM in hand, Warlord's going to be able to open up the third hard point as well. This is a very different team from what we saw when we opened up the day here today.
Yeah, it's a very different team. And then Geo here with the KRM, he's going to get taken out, but Ether takes down 3 in a row. Ramen brings out Annihilator. What kind of damage can he do? Does not get anyone with it, but they have control. They broke the hill now. Can they manage to get all these 40 points? Kozel just spraying down with that CBR. Has a lot of his teammates there as well. Calvin just spraying around as well. No one's on the hill, but Calvin, running down the rotation as well. He's going to get taken out. And here comes Warlords. Look at the difference they're making. They're actually waiting for each other now. Here comes a double push, but Ramen is there. Unfortunately, the KRM will take him down. 18 seconds left. Rotation should happen now. But so far, Warlords, they're spawning on the side of P3, and that is not what you want. But look at the map. Ether Esports already setting up for the new one.
Yeah, great mechanical plays coming out, man. I mean, you've got the KRM. You're prone down on the ground already. You don't really need to look left and right, just up and down. Just stellar plays coming through from the guy to hold on to the defense. But those scrap points prove to be very, very important for the side of Ether Esports. Now, an early rotation into Bakery. But the numbers now, look at Warlord, man. This is so different how they're breaking these hills in the second time that we are keeping our eyes on them.
Yeah, so I think someone tapped into them and gave them that God mode. But so far, everything is going in well for them. Here comes the break, though, from Koza with that equalizer. He's going to make the play. The equalizer coming into Dividend. He's going to get taken out. But finally, Warlords again, they have the hill again. But Dark going to come in there with a KRM. Going to take down one. Can he take down another one? Yes, he can. Can he take down the third? Doesn't matter. Has his teammates there. Ether now showing why they're also a great team, pushing through. Dark trying to make the play as well. Can anyone help him? Still alive. How does he get away from all of those and manages to get a kill? Huge plays coming in from Ether. About to hit that 100-point mark, and now we're going to hit the reset on the hills.
Oh, solid plays coming through from Dark once again, but that's just a hit mark as he gets sprayed down by Vince and CBR. But from the back now, Warlord's just picking up those scrap points. Ether, Moon, he needs to go in here for the reset. The KRM's going to be the king once again at this first hard point. Moon running away with it in terms of those fights with the Holger. Yes, we will see the Thumper come out for a pop. Fights nobody. Tries to kill his opponent with the trophy system. Doesn't get it.
Doesn't get it all, but the gravity spikes did not get anyone as well. And now Warlords, they're winning all their gunfights here, but here comes Ether with the push. It's going to come through. One contest in. No one is there for the trades, but unfortunately he got through. Actually, Ramen got through the backside of that brown side. Geo still alive, but he's going to get taken by Ramen. Ramen takes down two. He's going to buy time for his teammates, and now the stack is through. Another popped out. That is what I'm talking about. You don't just pull out your operator skill just like that. But now, Warlords again with the beautiful break.
Oh, Kozil just proving that the CBR is just a little bit more effective in these situations, and the KRM gets sprayed out. But if you've got their God aim with the KRM, I mean, your opponents are going to get shut down one after the other, man. And that's exactly what Ramen will be able to push on through. Here comes back a good response from Chips. 2 more seconds on in there. Kozil gets taken out. Dusa with a double strike with the Pred missile. And the second setup for the Hardpoint now going good for the side of the Romans. 86 to 124. They're trying to make Stella come back in here. They need all of these points from this hard point, and if they can, they'll put themselves in an amazing position for the finisher at Granny's.
Yeah, that was very good usage of that Predator missile. Here comes the cluster. Dusa fully streaked out, but none of his teammates are there. They're going to be spawning all over at the side, and Moon shuts them down with a triple kill. Has a sentry gun to use. Can he make it for fully streaked out as well? It's his time to bring out the cluster strike. Is he going to do it? They have to pull it out here to end the game, but the cluster strike is not yet out. Here comes the cluster, but unfortunately, cluster's the wrong side of the map.
But unfortunately for all of the other players from Romans, they are gonna... Oh, they broke it for the time being. Yes, the challenge is there. One more player for the play. They just need 2 seconds on in here. Calvins and Ramen, they finish it off, and they recovered, man. They recovered from that cluster, although not the best of placements. Managed to give them a little bit of pressure, at least towards that gas station side where they were able to sustain. If it wasn't for that, it would have been quite a GG. The first cluster that was brought out from the side of Romans, that one was a little bit more questionable for me because it didn't really close off either side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like it was just a panic moment because they really needed that time. But unfortunately, all his teammates lost the gunfight aside P2. Dusa was the last one alive. And then when his teammates spawned up, Moon all of a sudden got a triple kill. And that, I mean, you really hate to see that. All the Warriors were looking at one side. They didn't look at the stables. Got him. They got that triple, fully streaked out. The rest was history.
And that was just a good setup and a good match between these two teams to give us a fantastic bronze series, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Moon picking up the MVP. Like you said, Stella plays out there 30-12 on the KD. Insane setup. Kelvin just proving to be quite the player out there as well with 24-20 on his KD. Moira doing quite well in terms of stepping it up for the side of the Romans, but it was just not easy of a play because when you look at the objectives that are played in here by Ramen as well as Kozil, they're always in, they're always together, and every single time they fall, they wait for each other before they go in there for the break of the hills. It was just a little bit sloppy from the Romans, but a lot of improvement, if you ask me, from the first series of the day.
Yeah, a lot of improvement, definitely. The way they were pushing together, the way they were using all their operators, but it really came down to that individual play of Moon. If it wasn't for him, I feel like Warlords, they could have extended it to that P3, but the streaks were too much, and then the lead of Ether was just really too much for them. But valiant effort, and I hope it comes through to SND because remember, they got 6-0 in that first series, but let's see if things change on that S&D.
Hopefully it did, man, because I mean, clearly it has already changed in this one hardpoint matchup itself. We see those break of hills coming through so much more better on the side of the Romans. And when we move on into Crossfire, it's going to be a very one-sided map, and it favors those who pick up the bomb first. And this is going to be putting the advantage in the because very clearly it looks like Ether Esports want to give them the leeway first. Let's see how this works out for them.
Yeah, let's see what happens to that game. It's going to be Crossfire S&D and Warlords. They picked this map and they have that offensive advantage. And let's see. I mean, the way that they were pushing that the hills, I think it could also translate in the way they're coordinating their plays in S&D. So I hope, like what we said, we hope that it's going to change and hopefully they don't get 6-0'd.
Hopefully that's not the case, right? Hopefully that continuation of improvement comes through from We Romans 8-1, and we see them step it up in the Search and Destroy as well, because they need it for themselves, right? They needed to kind of make a good comeback just to make up for the very first game of the day, because that one, they got thumped out, I believe, 150-21. And, you know, trying to make up for that matchup within that series itself clearly wasn't possible. But against Ether Esports, they're a little bit more equal when it comes to those gunfights. So it is possible. It all now depends on their gunfights and a little bit of luck here and there as well. At this Search and Destroy, let's see how they can get to the top.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 2. It's going to be in Crossfire. And we're going to hop on board with Romans. They do have that better side, which is the offense. And let's see what kind of rush they're going to do with that. Actually, they gave the bomb to the sniper. He's going to be the one trying to get a pick, but he has to push. But look at the push of Ether Esports already deep into the spawn. Dark takes out Geo. Kozo takes out another one, but Duza gets the trade. 4 versus 3. Man advantage is in. And just like that, they're going to be trapped in their spawn.
This is just insane, man. 4v1 now. And this is going to be Dusa with a good position to hold on to. But what a slide by Kozel. This is what I hate about shotgun players, man.
I mean,
So quick.
so quick, just running in by everything. And unfortunately, that's going to be round number 1 in the bag within, what, 30 seconds? That's really, really fast by them. But so far, here we go. Ether again, they're going to go for that one. The double smoke comes through. They're going to rush in through. And I guess this is why they need it. But Chops finally, Chops gets 2. Dusa gets 1. 3 versus 2. Dark is still there. Gets 1. He's going to get taken out. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 4. And it's all up to Moon.
There's a good response coming through. Moon gets a double for himself, makes it a 2v1. All of a sudden, this is very doable. Moon, it's all about the position. Information was given away already, but the bomb now on the ground. Can he get this? Moon, play. Bomb not picked up just yet. And Moon needs to get to the other side. Romans, they have got the position, but Moon spotted one out earlier as well to the side of a non-aggressive Romans. What can Moon now pull off?
Moon trying to make the play, has that sniper, but it's not going to make the play here. He's going to be all alone now. Bomb is down, actually. 1 versus 2. Very, very winnable. And the Warlords, they managed to pick up the bomb. 40 seconds left. But Moon is in that spot where Kenshi actually sealed the deal for Blacklist International. Very, very OP spot here. Oh, he just scoped out in the wrong moment. He could have gotten that snipe, but bomb is going to go down.
Like what the Romans did there, right? They delayed the pickup on the bomb. If they were there 5 seconds earlier, Moon would have made this a 1v1. But a good clutch can still come through from Moon as long as he gets a little bit of luck here. Needs to spot the guy over at Central Building. I believe that's the second floor being held on by him, and he does not need to over-aggress, does not need to step out. 23 seconds now on the clock. Moon has got the KRM in hand as well. Goes in for a wall bang. Information now given away already of his position. And the other 2 players just need to back away, attacking side of the Romans, holding on to the bomb. You can see them coming into close formation. 9 seconds, and Vince gets the thumper. Great plays for the side of Romans.
Yeah, great plays indeed. And now we do see the Romans going to get that round. Finally got their first round in the tournament, and I like it. The adjustments came through. They saw that Ether were going to rush through. All they had to do was hold it down, get those angles, and now Ether Esports, They are gonna go for a little bit of a slow push, but Kozil already inside the bomb. It's gonna be very, very good for them. He spots one, but unfortunately brings out the nade at the same time. Gets that trade, gets away with his life. 4 versus 4.
Dark with a shutdown, and I mean, this is just a over-aggressive defensive play, man. Look at them coming in here for the push, pushing all of them in towards Lounge. Kozil gets the shutdown. One player right behind him. He doesn't spot that. He doesn't care, and he manages to get a kill before getting shut down. Such aggressive plays out of Ether Esports, as they understand one thing. They have got one thing going better for them, and that's the mechanical plays, and they're punishing the Romans for it.
They are punishing them. You know what? They just made Crossfire a defensive map for this one. They're just rushing through. They're not really caring about all the other things. They're just gonna go in there, bash their heads in. And now Romans, they're actually struggling because of the way that the boys of Ether are playing. The pressure that they're applying is so much. But finally, Moy takes out Calvin. That's gonna slow things down. But look how many players of Ether are inside their spawn.
This is just absolutely insane. And now
oh my God,
shut down by Kozil. See the Thumper makes a work here. Will find one and takes himself out in that process. Dark, good approach. That's just me with Sparrows.
Hey, at least he got one kill, but unfortunately he takes himself out. Cozy spots one. Still going for that KRM battle. Ramen takes out Geo. 3 versus 2. The jump shot takes him out. Last player alive, Vince with a CBR4. Definitely winnable 1v1 here. Moon with a sniper. No trades. Bomb is down in the middle of the spawn. And I think Moon is going to spot him if he decides to peek there. It's going to be a very long 1v1 here because Bomb is still at the spawn. And I don't think Moon knows that.
Makes it right. Moon, no information just yet. I mean, and take the peek. Moon. Bomb picked up now.
Oh no, that's timing.
He goes in. 36.
He probably heard that trophy.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be peeking. Moon scopes out. He got a hit marker. But the trophy! Oh my God! No.
Oh, that's a GG right there.
Delete the VOD! Delete the VOD!
Ouch.
You hate to see it.
Ouch. It's rare. It's rare. It's rare.
God, this is
It's
why you
rare.
don't have the Thumper as a secondary. And Moon takes out another one. 5 versus 4. And Dark, he finally goes down as well. 4v4 equalizes things. Woo.
Unfortunate, man.
The trophy is the MVP.
Yeah, the trophy was definitely the MVP. Poor guy. Poor guy. And now it's going to be Ether Esports. Oh, Dusa, as he shuts down Kozil, gives the man advantage to the side of Romans. Now, Ramen, Katana in hand, needs to make this quit, needs to make it a little lucky for himself as well. But he needs to make sure he does not over-aggress with that melee. If he gets it, it'll be funny. We will give them a few laughs. but of course, the Romans need to hustle in here. Chips, can he catch Calvin off? It's a KRM v KRM.
Yeah, and Moon takes down one, takes down Moy. That's going to leave the sniper alone, and Bomb is down in that backside. And Ramen, you know, I really don't like this play. You know, you really want your gun out at the moment, but he really wants to be a samurai. But now Chips, he hears that. He knows he's going to be there. But now, who is going to be the first one going? Who wants to take the bait? 3 versus 3 now. But number 3 on the map, which is going to be Vince. He also has a big play there. If he manages to get that kill inside over at Ramen, I think that might just be the opening that Romans need.
Calvin, it's a slow-paced approach. It's got the laser attack on it, so...
Oh my God! Oh!
My Lord, Chips turns around and punishes him. That's a 180 that you do not wish your opponents hit. And now Chips with the KRM, trying to close in the distance, spots the back, gets the hit mark, gets a double hit mark, pulls out the MW11 and finishes him off. But it's a 1v1 now. Moon going up against Chips. Is it gonna be the DLQ or the KRM spots him and the distance cut down? Attacking side. This is gonna be tough. Oh!
Moon is one of the luckiest players alive in Call of Duty. He clutched with a trophy, and now he clutched with a sniper. 4-1. I mean, what else can you ask for? And now that we know that Ether loves to rush and defense, what kind of pace are they going to play on offense? Is it going to be tripled? Are they going to be flying to the base?
I think that's going to be exactly it. Did they even pick up the bomb? Okay, they did pick up the bomb. Now Moon right behind, going in there for the spot. Calvin just behind him for the backup as well. Bomb's going to get towards the B bomb side. Yes, they're rushing on in, but they get punished for it. It will be Gio who gets Dark out of the equation, but the bomb now going to get planted. Doesn't
that
come
bomb
through.
going to be landed? Oh, but Kozel being annoying. Yeah, I think it's going to come through, and this is not the best spot for Kozel. Yes, you don't overextend there. 3 versus 4 now. Chips and Warlord, they have the man advantage here. But so far, no movement on the retake. They don't want to play that retake. Moon, whoever peeks out that corner is going to get taken down. But Warlords, they're taking a lot of time here. Too much time.
Extended all the way into the defensive side of the map. Moi shuts Kelvin out. It is a 4v2 now on the defensive. They have the numbers! Chips manages to shut down Moon as well. Yusa goes in for the defusal, and there's nothing that Ramen can do as Vince shuts him down. A good play by the Romans as they make a comeback. But Ether Esports then just puts a question. Will they rush even harder, or will they finally slow things down?
I think the rush was really nice, but I just didn't understand the play that they had to go through it. They both had shotguns there. And, you know, you don't really want to rush in with a shotgun there. If you had a CBR, maybe it could have worked there, but they're going to go for it again. You see the two players, Ramen and Dark, again on that side, but this time a little bit slower. Kozel inside that P1. Chips goes down, and Dark, he's gonna go for it, but he's gonna get a hit marker, and Dusa getting the hit markers with the nade. He's gonna get taken up by Kozel as well. 3 versus 3 again. I mean, I like the pressure that's coming in from Ether, but it's just not transitioning into game-winning plays. Ramen still alive, but barely breathing. He's gonna get one. Calvin gets another one. Vince gets Ramen. 2v1. Vince, stuck at a 1 versus 2, has a shotgun and a sniper. Can he clutch it?
Changes that up to a CBR. I like the play. I like the decision making, and now plays the trophy out first. Tries to get a little bit of a highlight reel like Moon, but unfortunately the trophy's on the stairs. So that's a GG for him. Nade comes right through.
Ooh, one shot.
Trophy on the stairs.
Trophies. Now, he spots him, but unfortunately misses that shot. Now, if you're Ether, all you gotta do is pretty much play trades and don't even peek. Don't play far away from your teammate because you need to get that trade. Let Vince come to you. He heard a bullet there. And if you are number 5, Calvin, there you go. Just hold hands with your teammate, but decides not to. You know, if Calvin goes down here, this just might be a winnable game for the side of Ether Esports. And there we go. That's the opening he needs. 1v1. 13 seconds left, has a sniper. All you have to do is play away from the bomb. And that's what he's going to do. 7 seconds left. He spots him. Has to peek. Misses the shot. And Moon takes him out. Could have been around for Warlords. But thankfully, Moon, the clutch king for the side of Ether, making it match point for them, 5-2.
Now, this guy, how many times is he going to have to see through for the side of Ether Esports? But at the same time, I don't think that Ether Esports or Moon is complaining, right? I mean, as long as he gets it sorted out and Moon's just happy to get the highlight reels for himself, this is just a stellar map and a stellar match for him. Calvin! Unfortunately, shut down by Chips. Gio will be able to overextend. Ether right in front of him. Is he going to be able to take him down? Chips shuts down Dark as well. It's now at 4v2. Moon manages to get Gio. That's a good response coming through. Spots out another player as well. Those jump shots will not connect, and he needs to depend on Kozel for that backup as they continuously get rushed in here. But Kozel's just over. We'll find one very sneaky, and he shuts down Moi. Takes over that sniper, and now we've got 2 snipers on the side of Ether.
Yeah, but they're both far away from each other. But look at the players of Warlords as well. If they get picked off 1 by 1, still a winnable round for Ether. Remember, this was a 2v5, turned into a 2v3, so things are looking good for Ether here. But Warlords, they still have bomb on site, but no trades if one goes down. No one is near. And Kozel just almost hitting those snipes. He spots one. Vince. Oh my. 2v2. He gets spotted out. He has a sniper. He's going to try to peek that. He spots him, but switches over to the KRM. And all he has to do is just get this timing right. The timing's going to be beautiful here. 2v1. Romans are throwing the round. Last player alive. He spots him as well. He's going to... Oh, but Moon gets the trade. 6-2. 2-0. that was a 2 versus 5, AJ. And Kozel made the play. Moon again clutches the round. 4 straight rounds, he clutches it for them. And he makes it 2-0 and 1 game away from eliminating uh, Warlord and giving them that 4th place.
I'm sorry, man. I mean, we saw the Romans, we saw them hustle, we saw them do quite a good job to keep up with Ether Esports, but it was tough. And Moon, the Clutch King, this guy, you really need him on your squad. And Moon's really making a name for himself in the moment, because that's not once, that's not twice, that's not 3 times, 4 times. Now, he has seen it through for the side of Ether Esports. And it's just unfortunate we could not see them at the grand finals, Jericho.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But you know what? I feel like it's the trophy. It's the trophy who really saved the day. I feel like when the Romans saw that, they were like, why are we even here? Like, I mean, that's so demoralizing. Imagine getting killed by a trophy. But I mean, that last round, though, it was just a 2v5, and they were just too focused on playing on the bomb. Yes, you could have at least stacked that, but they were playing so far away from each other.
Yeah.
And it allowed Ether to pick them 1 by 1. And look at that, Koza with 13, Moon with 10. Just good plays all around by Ether.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, solid plays, and it was a valiant effort coming through from the Romans as well. It's just not going to be enough. Mechanically, they did not have the capabilities to take on this fight, but they did manage to punish Ether once on one of those rushes, but it was just, pretty much that, right? They had one good call in there at that very moment, but other than that, it was just all on the side of Ether, just dominating all throughout. And Kozel with the KRM, he brings it into Crossfire. Crossfire, yep, your snipers are going to be super active, but as a shotgun player himself, he was able to cut down the distance between himself and the other players all across the map. It's not that he was just playing at the bus stations. He was traveling all the way across towards the broken building from Laundry and still getting the damage put on them.
Yeah, I mean, he was just really running around doing his own thing. And I mean, it worked out for them. And for the Warlords, no adjustments again whatsoever. They adjusted really late. And then once they had everything locked down, they just flat out played on them by themselves again. And that's been their problem ever since that first series, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And now Warlords, Romans, they have got one more opportunity on a one-sided map. And mechanically, we have already seen who takes the cake. It is the players of Ether Esports. And on a one-sided map, as they also choose to start off on the Special Forces side, I don't know what they've got in here as an idea. I'm just curious as to what the Warlords have got planned for the competition, man. I mean, this could be the greatest comeback we have seen, but I doubt it.
I mean, it's just really looking bad for them. I mean, the game number 1, pretty good plays.
Yeah.
But can they keep going in that game number 3? Because the last time we saw them play in domination, they had the play ready, but they were all looking at one side. It just really costed them that one. It's just small mistakes from them, and they're going up against Ether that actually thrives in domination. And it's gonna be in Summit, and they actually don't have that good side, but they have to fight for that second floor. Let's see what Warlord brings out in this domination.
I feel like they will be able to deliver big, but it all depends on whether or not they can pull it together as a squad, right? That A flag now being picked up very slowly because the rest of the players want to commit for that second floor. I like this setup that is coming through, and it is a great play, but unfortunately, execution-wise, they lose out on all of those gunfights back-to-back. And Moy, who was holding on to, just waiting for his time, waiting for his moment to play that flag, he should have just played that flag.
Yeah, he should just played that flag immediately, but unfortunately, they lose it in Ether. The triple cap is on its way. Actually, unfortunately, no Dark is still there, but look at the pace that Ether's playing on. It's like they are running on nitrous. They're just boosting everything, going back and forth. Ramen gonna make the play, takes down 2, takes down 3, but unfortunately, they finally get that triple cap for at least a little bit more seconds. But here comes more help from Kozel, and this is the Ether that we know from domination. The amount of pressure that they put. Kozel already has a Predator missile. He's gonna have more enemies to take down. Gets that last player, has a friend to use, and Warlord's Romans is struggling in domination.
And Romans now, as they try to make their comeback through in here, they need to be able... I mean, I thought they were going to go in there and flip the spawns from the get-go and then play that C flag, but it was just a weird setup, right? Because it was very clear the intention was to immediately play the B flag from the weaker side, which they should have known was not going to be the best of plays in that. But even that, they don't really pull off very confidently. So that was the main reason why we see them falter in this matchup. Ether Esports, on the other hand, they not only hit, but they hit hard all the way through, man. Like you said, going into overdrive, hitting that nitrous, busting all the way through, and they get that triple cap so easily and so quickly from the start of the game. But they lost their way a little bit. They allowed the Warlords to step on back forth because they got a little overconfident. And we know when they get a little overconfident, those plays are not as tight, Jericho.
Yeah, no, not that side as well. But now Romans finally got that C flag, but they have to work their way in. But now they're going back to their same problems, AJ, pushing in one by one, not even working as a team. They're just busting in inside, trying to make a play on their own. I mean, it will work sometimes, but most of the time, you gotta really work as a team. But finally, they managed to capture C. Actually, no, they actually captured A and C here, but Ether about to take back A, and this just might be it for that first half.
It's a good play overall coming through from the Romans, but Ether Esports really showing who's boss. But look at this opportunity, triple cap, the B flag prevention comes through for 2 players, but the Warlords, they still have got these 2 flags in here, so they're cutting all of these points down in terms of the lead that Ether Esports has on them. But with the capture of the C flag, it's gonna be all over. Moon just getting himself all streaked up, will get taken down by the Thumper, but in the second half, you know Moon is going to deliver.
Yeah, Moon is definitely that player for this team. And 75 to 48, that's a great half for Ether. And for Romans, you at least got, more points than what you could have gotten, because they were getting dominated from start to finish. But remember, Moon fully streaked out, has a cluster, has a sentry gun. He's definitely gonna want more kills and more streaks to use.
See how they pull this off in here, because over at that very first domination point, you can't really depend on the cluster all too much. But at the C flag, on the other hand, you can immediately go in for the overextension, like what you guys see here. Now, the overextension is not going to hurt the players of Ether Esports, but it will most definitely hurt the players of Warlord. Moy stepping on in, not wanting to let this go, and the Warlords will be able to pull one back for themselves. But the Romans now pushing on in. They have that B and C flag held on strong for themselves. Continuously, they try to flip the spawns back and forth. Calvin's, he does have the gravity spikes on him as well, and it's going to be good in terms of the play for that domination point.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very unfortunate for them. 92 to 57, triple cap is in. Moy trying his best to do something for his team, but just like that, those small plays right there of him pushing out on his own, not waiting for his teammate, it's really going to cost him, And Moon still has those score streaks. Finally, they captured C, but they have to cap B here. They have to try to overextend, make that distraction gameplay, but Ether is there to prevent it. 103 to 61. Not long enough soon. We're going to see Moon bring out that cluster and that Goliath.
Yeah, it's just, as usual, all of that mechanical capability of Ether Esports catching up. But now Moy with the death machine, a lot of damage. Oh, smart play coming out of Kozil, jumping straight on forth for the right-hand flank, and he had that backup as well. And immediately that B flag, it's the strong hands of Ether Esports, proving why they are going to be the team that hands out this donut here. Just great mechanical plays, great decision-making as a squad. And now with the triple cap, they bring out the cluster as well to protect that C flag. The rest of them in their control room, protecting the B flag, tooth and nail, and they will be spawning out of the special forces base. That's going to be quite the GG for them, quite a way to make, and the B flag will be lost in here, but Calvin can make a play. He gets shut down. The numbers on the side of Romans, but this might just be all over, Jericho.
It just might be over. 135 to 70, 137. That's a GG. Another 3-0 for Romans, and you really hate to see it. I mean, they tried their best. They had a better. This was their better series here, AJ. But the small mistakes keeps on happening. Same mistake over and over again. They play well at the start, AJ. But once they get flustered, once they start losing a lot of these gunfights and these plays, they resort back to their individual style of gameplay, which is you can't be doing that. They always lose composure. It's just the small details costing them, preventing them to reach that next level. And Ether Esports, they're just having their way with it.
On that sudden death, they will be able to deliver 3-0 clean donuts served up. And it was not an easy one to watch, but unfortunately, Warlord's Romans 8-1, they were not able to make the cut this time round. But it was a valiant effort from them, and I look forward to seeing them in more of these competitions, because you just got to go in there and get your grind on, get the communications perfected between all of your team members, just like what Ether Esports clearly have done for themselves here, Jericho.
Yeah, it was I wouldn't say really easy, but it got to the point where Ether had their way with it. There was always moments that, okay, Warlords are gonna make the comeback. Oh, never mind. Here comes Moon.
Yeah.
Here comes Kozel just making those plays. And honestly, Romans, they just, like we already said it a while ago, they keep on going back to their old ways. They can't do that. They have to stick to what has to be done.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's been the problem. They can't seem to rely on that strategy. They always want to make those flashy plays on their own, which is at times, yes, it's gonna work. But if you want to be that pro player, if you want to reach that pro level, you have to stick to what's right.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You have to play the map, and you have to depend on your team members, and you have to trust them to be able to execute it on the, in their own manner as well. But I guess where they falter is when their team members are supposed to be executing a certain task, and then they watch the kill feed, they see them falling, and that particular portion is not covered. They feel like they now need to break formation and try to double back down and try to cover for one of their team members, which just doesn't work out all that too great at the end, because that's exactly when they start to scatter all throughout the map, and the whole play just falls through. It gives the momentum over to Ether Esports, and they'll take it, and they ran away with it, man. And it was the same exact pattern that was shown here by the Warlords Romans 8-1, because at Hardpoint 150-99, they were close, but then they kind of just let themselves fall. To Search and Destroy was a different story, with an over-aggressive Ether Esports just continuously rushing on in there. They were lucky to shut down one of those rushes a couple of times, but it was just about that. But in terms of Summit, the play from Ether Esports, it was just stellar all throughout, Jericho.
Yeah, it was just stellar all throughout. Ether, congratulations on getting that third place. And for Romans, congratulations on getting that fourth place. I mean, I know Ways of War is about, showcasing your talent, but at the same time, this can also be a good help for Warlords, as they look back, what kind of mistakes are we going to look through? And also for Ether, what went wrong for them? So both of these teams still have a long way to go, but it's just the beginning for them. And I feel like this is such a good platform for them to improve on their skills.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, for all of these team members out there for the side of Romans who are disappointed, do not be, because there were some moments in there where we saw stellar plays coming out of Dusa. Even Chips had his highlight reel for himself. Wins he did deliver for the team, even Gio, right? But it was just not enough. It was not enough for them to deliver those individual highlight reels. It was not enough for them to deliver those individual plays. But, to be able to break the hold from the opponents together as one team, that was just exactly what was lacking out there on the battlefield. But this is a good warning, or a good foresight for the team Untamed as they take on Easy Reborn Esports later on, because we know that EZR is not going to be easy to beat.
Yeah, most definitely. The way that EZR played was just on point, stellar, everything you want to say, clean as it can be. But at the same time, if you're Untamed, they also played very, very great, but unfortunately they lost that domination. But they have to they with that L, I feel like they've managed to look at their mistakes, but with the time that they were given, a long time to rest as well. So I feel like that grand finals is really gonna go to that game number 5. But while we're waiting for the highlights, I just want to say I've been commenting this on Facebook for a while, AJ. I kept on saying that I would really love to help Romans, because I just see all the mistakes. Like I every time I'm watching, I'm like, I know what they have to do. So
yeah,
if you guys are open, Warlord Esports, I'm right here. I'm willing to help to coach.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that's exactly why we have Coach Jericho here, right? I mean, it's important because obviously they have got the capabilities to bring a good fight out there onto the battlefield. It's just that the decision making by some of these rotations and some of these players at those points for those rotations, which is a little bit questionable. And if they are able to understand that, okay, you know what, this is what coach says, this is the play, we just got to stick to this, stick to our guns, and continuously, if we want to break the hill, go on with this one particular formation and do not change the plan halfway through, right? And I feel like they will be able to perfect that over time as they continue to play as a squad. Just stick to all of their guns as well as the initial plan and not try to switch it up, because once they try to switch it up once again, they're just all over the map and it gets way too difficult for them to find that leeway back in.
Yeah, it's really difficult to find that leeway, and I definitely agree with you, AJ, and especially this in this P4. This is where Ether kind of got their way with it, and they started getting that lead up. And Romans, this is where they started resorting back to their old ways of just pushing in one by one, and then we jump on into that final play, and this is the play of the game. Moon getting that quad feed, getting that Goliath and that cluster strike really changed the game, because once he got that one, that was pretty much a good GG already.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And the play of the cluster strike on their side as well, it was a little questionable at that point. But as we move on into the search and destroy, Moon had multiple highlight reels for himself most of the time because of exactly how smart he was in terms of positioning as the sniper. And he could depend on Kozil, who was constantly over-aggressing with that KRM, which the Romans clearly had a problem dealing with.
Yeah, the Romans just really had a really hard time adjusting to it. I mean, and then the clutches by Moon, that's just individual greatness. He just knows how to play S&D, and I feel like Moon, really a great player. I will vouch for him. I feel like he needs to get on the top team, getting that S&D prowess in him, because he's really playing well. And then now moving on to this domination, AJ, nothing much to see here, but just Ether really running away with this domination.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, in this domination matchup, it wasn't easy. Moon, as usual, picking up the highlight reel for himself in terms of the amount of decision-making that goes right for him, right? He just steps on in with the mechanical capabilities that he has. He just runs circles around his opponents. And at the end of the day, they can depend on their team members to step on forth to the other points as well. And that's one of the biggest points here about the side of Ether Esports. Not only do they have individual plays, but they are able to count on each other to make those individual plays in their own given objectives.
Yeah, the individual plays, as well as they know where to go. They're not always double stacking. Yeah. They're always picking up lanes. If someone dies, I'm gonna pick up your lane. I'm gonna call it out for you. That's what separates Ether from Romans. And Romans, the same struggles again. I mean, we keep on repeating it, but they have to hear it in order for them to actually improve on it and change those habits.
Yeah, and hopefully the next time we do spot the Warlord Romans, we will see a whole other side of them, because for now, what has been revealed is just pure talent, right? There's talent on their team, there's potential on their team, but unfortunately just not the ability to go the distance in terms of the strategy, in terms of the teamwork out there in the battlefield. So the next time, we hope we see them a little bit more glued to each other. But as we set up the grand finals here between Easy Reborn Esports as well as Untamed, that one is going to be one that you do not want to miss. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not forget to drop that like and share this stream out as well, because towards the end of the day, a few of them might have dropped off already, waiting to see, oh, okay, you know what, the finals is going to be in an hour. So this just is a quick reminder to them. Jump into your WhatsApp groups, into your Facebook Messenger groups as well, and tell your clanmates that it is going to happen in a couple of minutes.
It's going to happen in a couple of minutes indeed. But, I mean, it's been a great 3 series, AJ, and one final one. And I think you guys should get ready for this. It's going to be a hot one. And I think we are going to go on a super quick short break, guys, and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Ways of War Philippines, presented by Garena. I am Vivi Jericho here with the Mustachio AJ. We've had 3 matches, and it's time for the main event of the
Yep.
evening. It is the grand finals. It's gonna be EZR Reborn Esports versus Untamed, best of 5, and I'm gonna guarantee that it's gonna be a game number 5.
I don't know, man. I don't know because Easy Reborn Esports, they made it look so easy when they took on the Romans, and they made it pretty much easy as well when they took on Ether Esports. And very clearly, we saw Ether Esports not really struggle all that too much against the Romans, right? So in terms of the power scaling amongst the teams, it just looks like Easy Reborn most definitely is a stacked team if we want to take anyone out here. But Untamed, they were quite untamed earlier on out there against the esports as well. I think it could be a 3-1 here. I think Untamed might be able to pull one away, but Easy Reborn Esports has this in the bag, Jericho.
I definitely agree with you, but I feel like Untamed, they got something. They have that tap potential.
Yeah, yeah.
But EZR, though, they just look really, really clean. The way they were playing up against Warlord Esports was just perfection. But
Yeah.
hopefully, I think it's going to depend on that maps and modes. That's going to be such a huge scenario that we need to see to actually predict the right score for this one, AJ.
Yeah, just teasing the players and the fans of Untamed there real quick. Easy Reborn Esports clearly are gonna be quite the titans to take down in here, but Untamed, with everything that they've already gone out there and proven in here so far, they most definitely have exactly what it takes. Ether Esports, they were not easy to beat. They were quite the challenge, and we saw exactly how dominant they were against the Romans. And Untamed, they took quite an easy matchup against them to a certain degree, right? Only faltering in one game, that being that domination matchup, which I don't see what went wrong on the side of Untamed. Ether Esports just turned on in that domination matchup. Apart from that, Untamed, they did everything quite well in here. And going up against Easy Reborn Esports, on the other hand, it was actually the exact opposite. It was not a good power scaling because Romans, they had multiple problems within the team itself, man. Mechanically, they just weren't able to keep up. They had a little bit of the miscommunication within the team itself. The strategy just wasn't as strong. So we can say Easy Reborn Esports, they had a smooth sailing journey into the finals, and now going up against Untamed, who had a strong fight in there previously. This is going to be quite the game for us to watch, right? Because it might just be Untamed turning things around and making Easy Reborn Esports look like chumps as they take a good win. But like you said as well, Jericho, it's going to go down to who Lady Luck Smile said and who gets to select exactly how this game will proceed.
Yes, we're gonna see what's gonna happen here, and the schedule, like you said, AJ, this is it, guys. But we're gonna go to the final game of the final series, actually, and let's take a look at the maps and modes if it is going to be ready, and expect the unexpected. But I feel like Takeoff is gonna be played, AJ.
Yeah. I and you never know. You never know if or not it might just take us by shock that they go out there and they ban Hackney as well as Takeoff, and we just end up with the usual rotations in mind here, as both teams, they have got it within themselves to respect each other and not really play it too sneakily, right? Because you don't really want to go in there and make one mistake. The bans and picks are ready. Let's take a look and see exactly who got lucky with that coin toss. It will be Easy and Easy Reborn Esports. Let's hope they do not too easily send Untamed back home today.
Ooh, but EZR, they have that lady luck, as you would say, AJ. And let's see what's that band. That first band production, we're gonna have to double this up. I'm ready to play this up. I want to see these boys fight it out. First map, ooh, Summit. Okay, Summit is gonna be that ban and tame. Are they gonna ban Takeoff? Please ban Takeoff. Please
And
ban Takeoff. Please.
The opportunity. Firing range
my.
is what they remove from the equation after what happened earlier. I do not blame them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what? I don't even know. But okay, Summit firing range. Both maps that don't really that doesn't really have that advantage are out of the picture, and now map number 1, EZR. What are they going to pick? Take off.
Wait. Okay.
Classic.
I mean, it's not the easiest of hard points to play, but once you are able to lock down some of these components within your side itself, the first hard point is going to be all open. You've got two of those power positions to fight for. Laundry is going to be a pain to get, especially if you're not spawning on from that side. But a good flank from Central Garden can set you up for a good first hard point, and then you just got to string it on from that point on towards the kitchen, right? But of course, the response on the side of the players of Untamed, what is it going to be? Are we going to be able to see a standoff hard point for their response? It has to be. It cannot be Hackney Yard now, can it? There you go.
Ooh, okay, standoff. Okay, so hardpoint raid. I like it. Like what you said, AJ. The power positions are going to be very important. P3 definitely that money hill, and P4 as well. That's going to be very important.
Oh, yeah.
And now hardpoint and standoff very equal. Both teams, they both like this map. We saw Untamed taking it away, and now for map number 2, search and destroy. What's going to be the map? EZR. I mean Untamed. They're going to be picking this map number 2. Oh, okay. Hackney Yard at S&D and EZR. They want to go for that defensive side, which is not the best side for Hackney Yard. I've been watching so many Hackney Yards S&D, and I have concluded that offense is the name of the game for Hackney. But maybe EZR, they might just do what Ether did in Crossfire. They're just gonna barge in, or rush through their spawn, and get that W in S&D.
And if EZR picks Crossfire in here for our search and destroy as the final map, that will just leave the one and only takeoff for domination. Oh my lord, are they going to do it? EZR now. They are going to be able to choose that final map. What's it going to be? Are we going to see a search and destroy over at takeoff, or will it be domination? Oh. We will see that search and destroy, thankfully. So it's going to be Crossfire domination.
Crossfire domination it is, and here we go. We all have our maps ready. Hackney, Cross, Standoff, and Takeoff. I'm liking all the maps here. It's anybody's game. Very good.
And very unique. It's quite rare to see a lineup of matches from the get-go like this. Raid, Hackney Yard, Crossfire for the first 3. It's not a regular in here, right? So let's see exactly what these two teams bring out. But in terms of the operator skills, I don't really see the Purifier being left out of this mix, especially when you go into Hackney Yard and not Hackney Yard, I keep looking at the second map, especially when you go into Crossfire later on in some of these points, you really want to be able to have that little Purifier on you. So let's see exactly what these teams bring on in here. EZR, they will be throwing the bait in here with the Annihilator.
I like it.
It's either Sparrow or Purifier. Let's see. Let's just ban the Purifier and we can have Sparrow. Oh, we are going to have a Sparrow.
Here we go again. 10 Sparrows on the map. But I mean, I like the ban of EZR. It was such a good ban, Annihilator, because it was going to be a raid hardpoint, long range engagement, and the Purifier for close range. So I mean, the Sparrow, it could reach from raid to summit. You're still going to get someone. So I mean, so it's the best option to be in it. But raid, going to be that first map. You really want to set that tone with that first, that third hill. I think that's the one where teams usually get a lot of points.
Yeah.
The first 2, it's just the testing point of how does these teams play. Are they going to play for scrap? Is it going to be early for rotations? But most of the times, what I usually say to teams that I coach on raid, you always have to rotate early, at least 25 to 28, especially for raid. It's such a huge map.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And you need to be able to cover the distance for yourself and sustain yourself within those gunfights on the way to the next point as well, right? So early rotations, not just from one player, not just by the anchor, but at the very least, quite a number from your side. You want to be able to send 3 players, and you want to have just that one objective player left on in there for the defense. And then the balance of play needs to be there as well. The defensive player, the objective one that holds on to those points, need to be able to sustain those traps as well, because you cannot let go of any when you drop into range. Zest type 25 gets flashed on, but he's not going to have much of an issue. But as he steps on out, he gets shut down. It's going to still be a contest for the first hardpoint as anticipated from both sides. It's going to be quite tough, and Magista finishes one off with the thumper to finally open up the hardpoint. And EZR, they struggle in here for some early points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the struggle they're going to get if you're going to be spotting over at garage side. Now, bounce has been flipped, but the pitch might just come through. Never mind. They have actually Untamed. They have that spawn Laundry still with them, but number 5 under Magista is going to be the one spawning at Laundry. But if you look at all of the players of Untamed, they're not going to be forcing that anymore. They're going to make their way on the rotation. They have that kitchen spawn. And now here comes that P2 fight. Rotations are on point.
P2 is going to be quite the hill to hold. Untamed already in here. They just need to cover off all of those angles, but it's just proving to be a little bit tough here as Domo gets a double for himself. Falling just from the back, holding on to money, making sure the rest of his team members are back in here before he goes into challenge and has to step out at the very last moment. Zest will be able to find a component. Untamed, they are able to run away with the points in here. But it's about that third hill, which will be the money hill for EZR in a little bit, I believe. But they need to be able to challenge Untamed one last time before they give up.
Yeah, still a lot of time here. Very, very good time for EZR, you know, just to get at least some 20 seconds here or something before they start rotating. This should be the last push for them, but they still want to push for actually. Okay, very interesting. This might cost them because look at that. EZR Sand spawned at the back of Kitchen, and you see Untamed fallen already on the new one, and that might just cost them for that rotation.
Yeah, it's smart plays though. They know exactly what's happening now. They want to go in there for the early setup as well. They leave that one objective player in, 4 other players on the side of EZR, you know, all the way through, rushing through to break the hole, the early hole by the side of Untamed. Fallen, he will be able to win that one gunfight. Thumper comes out for the pump as well. And the players, they are at the very least going to be able to contest this next point and not give it away the money hill too easy. And I like this fight coming through from both sides.
Yeah, and I love the setup from Untamed. They have that triple stack on that blue van, and it's working out very, very fine for them. Fallen trying to make a play on his own. He's going to take it out, and there comes the Sparrow. That's the game changer for this match. That Sparrow doing a lot of damage to them. Domo on your screen, but he doesn't actually take him out. Very unfortunate. Kane takes down 2 in a row, and they invested 4 Sparrows in that hill, but none of it really worked out. And Untamed, they're going to get this final 25 seconds. Money Hill did not go to anyone's side, but it kept the game close for both teams. Domo making a play on his own, has the Sparrow on his right side. He's going to get taken out. Now EZR rotation is going to come through, but Untamed also reading that play. They're going to fight through middle. They have to get that kitchen as fast as they can. Morty, if he can get away, that's going to be very huge. He's going to spot one, but unfortunately spots the other player on the right. And now EZR, they're going to be the one in the next hill. And Teflon, he's going to try to cut off that rotation, but here comes Untamed as well. The pinch might just come through.
Oh, this is just such a solid play coming through from EZR now. All of those players as they try to pull in the pincer maneuver. But gunfights just being won by EZR. Untamed cannot get on in there. And one final player brings out the Sparrow for the play. Keen unable to get more than one. Sand, Morty for the backup as well. Untamed just cutting off all of this access. But finally EZR breaks that hill, gets on in there. All of the rest of players of Untamed over at Garden. They are just chucking in those numbers back to back. But the smoke gets brought out. Smart plays by Magista. He wants to continue to play the sustain in here as well. The players dropping in through the smoke, and he is able to back them from the back, not pulling out the Pred just yet. He needs to have the defense from the rest of his players. Sends out the Hunter-Killer drone in the meantime. Has the Sentry on activation as well, not to be invested in here. Central Garden is going to be key as they need one extra man there.
Yeah, and so far, that's pretty good for the side of Magista. He has those streaks that get invested here. Red Missile should be coming out anytime soon, but the setup for Untamed already in that triple hard and that middle hardpoint as well. But this hardpoint doesn't really matter who has that hold because it's just gonna be contested. Everybody's gonna be fighting for this. You have 4 angles very open. Sentry gun has been dropped. That's gonna cover open stairs as well as kitchen. 100-point mark reached by EZR, and now Untamed struggling now to find a way to this hill.
Yeah, and it's the placement of that sentry as well, right? In a very awkward position. So the players of Untamed, they cannot reach that sentry. If they come in there from the other corner, sentry will be able to turn around. They've got the backup of the spawns as well. But a good one now as the backstab is being pulled off here by the players of Untamed. As they jump on in, shut down one after the other. EZR, what a comeback. What a turnaround of this situation. Running away with the matchup over at Central Garden now. The hill gets broken. 15 seconds in here. It's not going to be enough to make it all the way back through to the 100-point mark, and we have to play a reset of the hard points.
Yeah, the reset of the hard points, but the damage has been done. EZR just needs 24 more points here to end the game. But Untamed, remember the last time we were here, but here comes the Fred. It's going to shut down one player, Zest. Last player alive, he's gonna get sparrowed out, and here comes the sparrows from EZR. They've saved everything that they need, and this just might be the play for them. They are gonna be hopping on the hill, but Untamed, they managed to break it through. They still have that spawn on Laundry. They have to get those early kills, and we do see the spinches are coming through, but so far, even if they invested so much sparrows, AJ, they haven't got on the hill.
Yeah, this is the one final Sparrow from the side of Magister that was not invested earlier on. Doing the most amount of damage, Magister now sliding away. Good response to that challenge. And the grenade comes out for the pop as well. A lot of pressure being played from the side of Laundry. But it doesn't really matter because that is a controlled situation. And Untamed now able to make their way back into the matchup. Fallen comes in here. Domo with the backup and the backstab as well. CBR sprayed down. Untamed not allowing this to fall too far away from their clutches. And now 8 more seconds in there. They will be picking up the scrap points as well. On for the rotation towards Kitchen. EZR with the early setup, but Untamed on their tails.
Oh, I think I just saw someone use an Annihilator, which was banned, if I'm not mistaken, by Untamed. That's very unfortunate, but the game is still on here. And EZR Reborn 133 to 121. They might just be able to end the game here. Triple stack on the side. And 12 or more points, AJ, EZR. They're just going to stack the hill now. No more power positions need to be played. They just have to defend the hill. No contest coming through from Untamed. And here we go. But the contest is going to come through. 5 more points in Untamed. They managed to break the hill, but the player on Money Hill, Domo, breaks it on his own. 4 more points to go. Last player alive. Can anyone contest? No one can contest. And that's going to be a 150 to 124. Game 1 goes to EZR. And unfortunately, even if Untamed did win that game, I did see someone use an Annihilator, which I remember was banned. And that's why you got to listen to your maps and modes and your bans and picks, guys. That's a very, very unfortunate mistake.
It's unfortunate, but EZR, what a play all the way through. Untamed really, getting an initial clutch on the game, not allowing the players of EZR to run away with it. But it was just a overwhelming setup by themselves as the mechanical capabilities just overran each other, right? We did see the investment of the 3 Sparrows that didn't really stand all that too well on the side of EZR initially, I believe, or was that Untamed?
At the start at P3, it was EZR. They used at least 3, and then they didn't get to use it until the next rotation of P1, which was also kind of useless, AJ. We only saw at least 4 was used, at least only 3 got killed. It was just very unfortunate, and that's where Untamed actually got so much points there in that P1.
Yeah, and Magister was the only one who could play that Sparrow, but by the time Magister was alive, the other 3 players that brought out the Sparrow was already dead and gone, respawning from so far away. And that's one of the issues when you play when you play Hardpoint at Raid, right? You really need to cover so much of a distance every single time you do fall in one of these points. And it's just a little bit unfortunate as those players just needed to travel all the way through far. But EZR, towards the very end, still managed to make a stellar comeback.
Yeah, stellar comeback indeed. That hold by that P1 was just beautiful. I really like what they did there. But once they lost that, once they had a late rotation because EZR, they know that they can just win on that second hill. So they just managed to rotate, go over to poolside, get that money room in that kitchen immediately, and just stack everything. So very good place coming in from EZR. But Untamed, I feel like they're putting up a very good fight. In S&D, this is where things might just shake up because we saw EZR's S&D plays. It's pretty good. And for Untamed, a little bit sloppy, but it worked out. I mean, we're going to look at Sky here. It's going to be Sky versus Teflon. Those snipes are going to come into play.
Yeah, and Untamed really not wanting to let go of the match all throughout the game itself, man. I really like the tenacity and the conviction by both of the teams in here. But let's take a quick look at the results once again. It will be the next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that we are very much... okay, we're going to ignore the score there. It's actually 150-0, but you know what we mean. EZR, they got the win on that Hardpoint matchup. Search and Destroy, it is going to be in the balance. Will Untamed be able to win this back? Because we have seen the plays out of Sky. He knows how to get his scopes when he drops in all of those snipes. But on the side of Easy Reborn Esports, you're looking at Teflon, you're looking at Saint X, you're also looking at Domo, who have got such a strong capability. Oh, the score is 1-0 because Untamed used the Annihilator. I see. Okay, so that's why it's a 1-0, because there was technically a disqualification and Untamed was disqualified in that first round itself. So it's still a 1-0 victory by EZR. Thank you so much for confirming that, production.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but it is what it is, and they just have to live with that one and focus on that. Hackney Yard, their map pick for the next match. Hackney Yard S&D, and like what I said, AJ, defense not really the best one, and I'm pretty shocked by EZR picking defense at the start, but maybe they might just play like Ether playing on ice skating and just flying through the map. They might just do that.
I don't know if they should be doing that, though, because it was quite the fair fight between the two, right? We saw the battle for the third, hardpoint earlier on. That was supposed to be the money hill, but it was neither team cashing out. It was a great fight all the way through. But towards the end, it was the triple stack that kind of got them the victory. It was the strategy that won it. So let's see if or not the strategies will be able to be played to the T down here at Hackney Yard Search and Destroy as well. It's going to be a beeline for that A bomb site in this first round, coming through from Untamed, and the defense stacks A as well. So that's going to be one encounter right there.
Yeah, quite an encounter indeed, but Domo takes down 2 in a row. San gets that trade. 3v1 EZR stuck with one player. It's going to be Saint X. He's going to be in that top green. He spots Sky, actually, but he's going to get traded out by Zess over at yellow. That first round goes to Untamed, and this is what I'm talking about. Offense is the name of the game in Hackney Yard, because you get there faster. Even though you're pre-aimed, you have more advantage of sliding out together with your teammates. And now, so far, we do see Untamed getting that first round.
See if Sky will be able to get snipes yet again. Dealing with a very early approach on the defense. Needs to spot one player out. Nobody's over-aggressing just yet. This is Thumpers for the play. Magista takes Fallen out of the equation. Teflon fires as well. Keen will be able to respond to one. San shuts down Sky from the back, but it's a 4v1 now, and Untamed just got tamed, but Keen refuses to heal. He gets double challenge, and San will be able to deliver as he takes the fight up, and Easy Reborn Esports fights back.
Yeah, very good fight back by them, and we do see that adjustment by the side of EZR. They wanted to make it really slow, just get those angles that they need, and now same thing, but this time it's going to be a different one. They're going to be flying through the middle. Domo spots Sky. That's going to be that sniper, but look at this Magista being very sneaky, takes down that player lurking. Zest goes down. That's going to be a 5 versus 4. Man advantage goes to EZR.
With the backstab now, San will be able to shut down Keen, and now 4v3. Juko on the other hand, holding on to the warehouse just beyond the bomb site, and in this position, he should be able to play quite the pressure on, but it's quite the tough spot as well if he hasn't had the trophy in there already. San, good angle. Here comes the thumper, but does not get that shot on point with the CBR. Will be able to manage the situation, but needs a little bit of backup from the rest of his team as well.
Definitely needs one. I think he didn't spot Sky, but he took out the bomb carrier, gets away with his life. That's all you need. 3 versus 1. Sky, he's gonna get stuck here. Doesn't even get to shoot anyone. 2-1. EZR Reborn Esports applying so much pressure each round and always adjusting each round. And Untamed, after that, round number 1 has no answers yet, no adjustments whatsoever. I believe they should leave Sky. Let Sky use a different gun. Don't let him snap anymore with the amount of pressure that EZR is putting on.
And San is just on absolute fire. 6 kills in this 3 rounds so far. Let's see if or not he will be able to bag a few more for himself. Teflon finds one with the CBR. A great angle to hold on to for a rushing side of Untamed, who jump on the building to the second floor of the warehouse. A little bit careless, but Fallen now with a great angle. No flash will be able to save him. Saint X takes him out. Juko with a double. San with the backstep once again with a CBR. And now it's a 2v1 on the attacking side of Untamed. Keen manages to get one, but traded out by who else than San, who manages to deliver yet again. 8 kills picked up in 4 rounds. This guy is on absolute fire.
Yeah, and the way that they were pushing there was just on point. They had so many players getting ready. They let Teflon and I believe it was Saint X pushed in first, and they were supposed to die there, but unfortunately Fallen choked those shots, and now it's gonna be a 3-1. One more round before the switch of sides. Domo pushing it as fast as he can. San takes down Juco. Domo with the punch gets him that haymaker. 5 versus 3. And Untamed just getting smacked left and right. Sky's gonna get taken out. Zess 1 versus 3. Very winnable, but Bomb is down. Zess, will he spot that player? I thought he will hear him. He's gonna spot 2 players. He's gonna take down 1. Get away with his life, but Saint X takes him out, sends him to the next round, 4-1. And that was such a fast defensive side for EZR.
EZR. If the question was, did they have it way too easy with the Romans to make their way through to the grand finals? This is their response. A stellar setup coming through from the squad, with San alone already aggressing on so far forward, making sure he books his name on that MVP title. Saint X with a small corner being hurled on and will not be able to find one just yet. Fallen as well as this, they strike on. San has already been dropped, and this is the opportunity for Untamed now to pull 1 round back in.
Yeah, that is true. This is the 1 round. They need Teflon in a very tough position. If Zess, oh, that timing, he could have just looked at that side. But no, Teflon, he gets flicked on. That's going to be a 5 versus 2 now. Bomb is down in the middle of nowhere. But here comes Magissa with the flank. He takes 1 down. He's going to get spotted by 1 more play. He's going to get tagged out by Fallen. But Magissa, he has to take this fight. And he's going to get taken out by Fallen. Last player alive is going to be Saint X. 1 versus 4. What can he do?
It's all in the hands of Saint X now. DLQ, not the best of spots to be holding on to, and Zess finds him with the CBR, and the backstab proves to be perfect as Untamed now pulls in the second round. 2-4. They need to really hustle from this point on forward. Easy Reborn Esports just require 2 more to close this round off. And on the attacking side, they get to dictate the pace a little bit more. And now sending in the one and only San to take over the situation with the KRM, and he will be able to deliver. Looks for another player, gets the second, goes in for the reload, looks for the third one, hasn't spotted it, fallen from the top. Domo taken down, but the information has been sent through, and Domo took 1 out, and that was a good trade for him. Saint X strikes at the back as well. San hunts for the final player. Will he fall or will he rise up to the top? Untamed now 1v4 in the hands of a 25 player, and San gets that clutch.
12 kills for San. Match point for EZR. And AJ, EZR, they want to get through this. They want to give that 3-0. But so far, Untamed has no answers for EZR. They're just struggling right now. And they're still letting Sky snipe here. It's still a questionable play by him. Maybe he should just join the fight in the rushing. But Juco, he's gonna get down by Teflon. San gets 1. San gets taken out. Sky finally gets 1 as well. 2v2.
Okay, and now Sky. Opportunity! Quick scope in there, and he will be able to get Teflon out of the equation. Saint X from the back. It's a 2v1. 1 final player on the side of EZR. If he gets this clutch, we move on to game number 3. We'll spot the head of a player right at the back. It will be the one and only Sky. So he's going up against a sniper. Sky repositions himself at Saint X now, trying to catch this backstab on him. Will not be able to find one just yet, as all those 2 players reposition themselves. Saint X with a quick flank all the way around through. Now they're anticipating him to appear from the top floor. Nobody's watching downstairs.
Oh my God.
And that just enables him to take 1. Why would both of them be looking at the same spot? But that's something they'll take to their grave, but they'll most definitely regret.
Yeah, I know. I think it was a proper timing, but I think the other player was looking at on top. If he was looking at bottom, he could have gotten that trade, but now it's gonna be a 1v1. This is just beautiful timing. If you are the side of EZR, all you gotta do is just try to rotate to B. And it's going to be a clear plan for you. 35 seconds. You can just run now. It's going to be a clear side. Don't have... Oh, he wants to re-hit. Please don't. Okay, yes. Okay, he rotated over to B. I like this. And look at Untamed. He's taking so much time to recognize that no one's going to be on A. But at the same time, bomb hasn't been planted here. I think this is timing. Yeah, this is just timing. 5 seconds to plant the bomb. Has enough time. Where is he going to post plant? Bomb is down. Oh my
1 second
God.
too late. You might have been able to spot that. That's a GG, and now the LQ player will be able to back away, and now it is all in his hands. Is he going to be able to get it? Saint X, what a clutch. Gets that final slay. 6-2, and easy Reborn Esports now at sudden death. Will they be able to strike in this domination matchup as well? Because so far, 2 back-to-back matches, they've just been so dominant, Jericho.
This domination, like I said, easy R. They don't want to go to a game 4. They don't want to go to game 5. They want to play 3-0, get some dinner, get some rest, and enjoy the rest of the day. But that last round was just so unfortunate because I saw the ideation. That's why they were together, AJ, because Sky was watching top AC and Fallen was supposed to watch bottom, but he instead looked on top. And when you're aiming at that side, your screen covers your aim covers your whole screen.
Correct.
You won't be able to see that peripheral, and that was the small mistake that costed them to lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, and they basically had the right idea. It's just, I don't know whether it was miscommunication or whatever. They just weren't able to close off that side perfectly, right? And it's just unfortunate in that situation. But throughout the whole matchup, it wasn't unfortunate. It was just really stellar plays coming out of EZR. And Easy Reborn Esports, all the way through, they had one star player in the name of San. This guy and his KRM has got no... there's just no solution for San. You face him, and that's about it. You just have to eat those bullets.
Yeah, I mean, CBR, Type 25, Holger, Sniper, whatever he wants to use, he's going to be able to use that. 13 kills for him. Very good. His other teammates, all they had to do was pretty much clean up the mess that he didn't clean up. If he gets 3 kills, you're pretty much secured to win the whole round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, just so solid with the rotations as well. Easy are really able to show that they've got full mastery of Hackney Yard. And it's not like Untamed didn't. It's just mechanically, they just weren't able to keep up with them. When the gunfights came down to it, even knowing exactly where those positions were, they just weren't able to respond quick enough in those situations, which just put EZR in front. So is that going to be the case when we move on into domination as well? Because you need to be quick enough, not just with those gunfights, but with the rotations to those flags as well. The last thing that they want is for Untamed to get tamed. But unfortunately, it just seems like that will be the case today.
Yeah, they might just go down 3-0 here, but Crossfire domination still can be possible. They have that special force side, not the best side, but I feel like they have something up their sleeve that they want to control butchers in middle building as fast as they can, get those positions and get those spawn trap going. Because once you get that spawn trap going, it's just a domino effect now. You just have to earn your score streaks and then just drop those cluster strikes as well.
Yeah, so let's see if or not they will be able to play this strong from the Special Forces base as they pull in that C flag into their hands. The control from Butchers is what they're going to be looking for, but it's not just going to give them a lot of, heavy firepower, right? Because the players who move out of corner building, as long as they slide out through that door, they're going to be able to get to that B flag itself. So it's a balance of holding on to Butchers to clear out that mid area and also setting in 2 very capable players in towards that B flag to get that capture early on. And here's the problem. I feel like they do have exactly what it takes to get that play done, right? Because we are talking about the one and only Easy Reborn Esports. I'm willing to bet it's San that rushes to that B flag with that KRM.
That might just be the thing that they're going to do here. But here comes this.
Look, what?
Wow. That is just... unfortunate. If you are Untamed, you just got smoked at the start. Clear B side, and just like that, EZR, they're gonna take over this B flag immediately. Captured already, AJ, and none of the Untamed players have gotten a single kill yet.
That's unfortunate, man. I mean, they just rushed through Butchers. They went out there in towards middle lane, wiped out all of the Untamed players, taming the Untamed. That's exactly what Easy Reborn Esports were born to do. Saint X now holding on to a good angle. Is he going to get shut down? Yes, he will, but only one player now for the teaser at that B flag. And they will be able to bide their time. Not really going into play just yet, trying to clear out the surrounding area first. But as they waste so much of time doing that, the players of of Easy Reborn Esports. They are respawned right back in here, and the defense is stellar. An overextension coming through from Domo as well to make sure he keeps the rest of them over at corner building. But Easy Reborn Esports, they've done it just enough. Oh my lord, even for the defense.
Even for the defense, it did, but just gets taken up by Juco. Juco making the play for his team. One last player alive, but he gets taken up but managed to capture B. And that's going to be a good play by Untamed. They managed to get some points here. Morty as well, holding down the spawn trap. Bus station, no overextension for the side of EZR. And now San on his own again, making the plays for his team. Capturing B at the same time, just getting all those kills that he need. Teflon on the back. Gonna be one last player alive. Juco trying to make a play on his own. But Kane is gonna be there to take down two players, but Teflon as well, 41-30, and it's just a back and forth. And Untamed, they're very, very eager to win this game. They're trying their best, and I like everything that's happening, but as soon as you see that EZR, they get that flag back.
Yeah, smart plays coming through from ECR. Overall, Sparrow now comes out for Domo, but he just overextends and gets punished by Zest instantaneously. Zest taken out by Sam, and that trade is gonna allow ECR to hold on to that B flag. Enough is being done so far by the team. They're just not allowing Untamed to step onto that B flag with the controls. They have got the pincer through Butchers, but now Butchers finally gets broken down by the one and only Fallen. Fallen overextending towards that C flag as well. Is he gonna get it? As Domo clears out house here, they're not really watching the C flag, and the C flag on for the prowl. Domo still for the punch, and he will be able to slay Zest as well. This guy is on a freaking 4-kill combo, and he's just annihilating these Untamed players.
Yeah, it's definitely Domo Nation right now. Domo just keep on going. 5-kill spree. Can he make it a 6? He's gonna try to go for it, but he's gonna get taken up from behind. But that's gonna be the first half. Teflon actually used that Sparrow, and he takes himself out. The green arrow, not gonna be proud with that one. But 75-47, AJ, EZR running away with this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I did not anticipate this. I thought Untamed will be able to at least pull away one matchup in here. But Easy Reborn Esports, they want to have a quick finisher. Just like you said, man, maybe those players are hungry. They just want dinner quick. A quick concussion flying on through towards that B side, that B flag. But Domo managing to slay, pulling off the equipment here. EZR with the exact same play. They run in straight down middle lane. They shut down Butchers. They want to flip things out. They want to get this early. They want to get to that C flag, but one final player left standing on in here, the one and only Magista. Magista now getting that final win in, but EZR, their play was broken down halfway through there. Are they going to focus in here for the exact same? Because I feel like they just want to hold on to that B and C flag.
Yeah, BNC indeed is going to be the one that they need. But look at that. Magista staying up on that spawn. It gave San, but San gets taken. Actually, he was supposed to cap that flag. But now, Untamed, they have that control middle. Teflon, he takes him out with a nade. 87-59. This is very, very huge for Untamed because they need to cap this flag fast now, and that's what they need. They've had to invest at least 3 Sparrows there just to get that B flag. Let's see how long they can hold this down.
Yeah, but it's the overextension into the C flag right now that is going to hurt the players of Untamed. EZR already there to get the job done. Zest with the initial damage. Saint coming in here to finish Fallen off, and the C flag prevention is good. And a play now by Juco. CBR, will he get taken out? No, he sustains himself, and the flag is still held on, and he will be able to make a play for the rest of his squad to clear off all of those markers. Untamed trying to make their way back in here. Here comes the Sparrow on for the push, and Domo makes a solo play with the Type 25 pre-aim. Will be able to hold this all on his own and finish it off, I believe.
Yeah, that's what they need. He invested that Sparrow, but that's just enough time for them, for EZR to actually push it to B. But Kane is going to be there in that corner. He's going to try to take down 2 players. He's going to get taken out, and here comes more players. Saint X trying to make the play, but more Sparrows for the side of Untamed. Morty invested that one. Still has 7 arrows to use. 107-85 is getting closer and closer now, but now we do see EZR struggling a bit here on this side.
Yeah, 109-89. EZR as they struggle. They haven't been able to flip these spawns just yet. They haven't been able to kick the players off Untamed out of the gorilla base, out of the C flag, and they haven't been able to make much of a play down mid as well, as they did not anticipate Untamed really stepping up some of their plays in here, winning a lot of these gunfights. Domo trying to go in there with the pre-fire, not finding anyone just yet, but the angles held on by Fallen just absolutely stellar this time round.
Yeah, just stellar plays by them. 170 to 105, closing in on that comeback. But here comes Satan on the flank. One more player to beat. Can he make the play? Actually, Saint Next is just going to try to wait for his teammates. This is going to be a very good pinch. 4 players of EZR all inside that building. Kane and Juko Zess all still alive. They actually break the hill. No capture whatsoever. 114 to 122. EZR struggling right now. The momentum is shifting towards Untamed. They still have 2 more players inside that middle building. Domo takes down 2. And this is the play that they need. Domo gets taken out. Saint X with the trade. AJ, this is going to be such a huge play here. This is what they need. If they capture this flag, they might just secure that lead that they need.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You want to be able to go in there and pull that C flag for yourself as well. And easier, they tried to do that earlier on to flip the spot, but it was just a fight too tough for them to pick up. But it was only because they weren't really committing as a full squad. They just keep sending in some of their anchors towards that C flag, and low in numbers, Untamed are winning those gunfights left, right, and center. It just seems like they're fighting for 2 different objectives at the same time, and that's exactly what's making this so hard for them. Easy Reborn Esports, they're making this match hard for themselves.
Yeah, they are. But here we go. The last final push. Fallen still alive. But the Sparrow comes through. He's going to get 2. Make that 3 in a row. And I think that's just going to seal the deal for them. We are going to go to game number 4. Unless we do see something happening. But 147 to 139. Game number 4. Wow. Untamed still alive in this series.
No, what a fight back, man. I mean, tooth and nail, they never wanted to let go of those final 2 flags. They knew that the strongest side was for them to hold onto that B and C flag on that control. You really want to make sure you shut down these players, right? And EZR, I'm shocked. I'm surprised because they went in there for the B line towards Butchers initially as the second half started off. They wanted to flip the spawns. They lost their gunfight there. And they didn't really focus in on, taking that C flag as strongly as I expected them to, right? They just continuously focused on 2 different objectives at the very same time, which was just not serving them well at all. The stronger side, as clearly like what they knew was the case, they should have just committed for that C flag a little bit more.
I mean, if they just committed a little bit more there, I feel like they could have tried to do something there, but it was just too much. It was too much already. They tried. If they tried it at least for the first 2 lives, okay, yes, you can. But if you focus all your operators on B, on that middle building, on Butchers as well, I think it would have been the same story like what they did in that first half. But they just kept on going.
Yeah, and it's just, well, I'll take this, man. Game number 4 we get. I didn't want a 3-0 in here. It is the 3-1 prediction that I think things will lean on into, and Untamed staying alive to make sure that comes through. EZR this time around, although we had stellar performance from Domo, 32-20 KD he picks up for himself. It just was not enough. It was more of a even play throughout the side of Untamed, as you guys can see. No one player over aggressive, no one player just getting that highlight reel all for himself with the dominant number of kills, but it was just an equal amount of effort thrown in by each individual player.
Yeah, each individual player just making huge plays. Zess and Fallen in that head glitch on B was really making a huge plays for them, and that really sealed the deal for them. But that's 1 game down. They need to win 2 more in a row if they want to win the Ways of War. But so far, the last time we saw that Hardpoint, it was pretty much EZR taking over that second rotation. But this time it's going to be the map of Untamed, and it's going to be in Summit.
Oh yeah, and this is gonna be crazy, right? Because as we drop on in towards Hardpoint once again, and when we move into Summit, it's gonna be one-sided. It's going to go down to standoff. It's gonna go down to each and every single one of the positions that they hold on to. But what I fear for is San, right? San, when he brings in that KRM this time for the play as well, he's gonna be able to obliterate these players because standoff is exactly where you want to bring that gun out.
Yeah, I think this is where he has to pop off. Just like an S&D popping off with that shotgun. This is where he has to really, show why he is that shotgun player for that team. At the same time, with other players like Teflon, they have to also step it up because if you give that momentum to team, just like what they did in Domination, if they have that momentum, I feel like they're gonna run away with this Hardpoint, and especially it's their map pick as well. Yeah. So a lot of things can happen here.
Yeah, we need to look out for Domo. We need to look out for San. These two players are most definitely just going to be, guns blazing all the way through. On the side of Untamed, yes, we do have, pretty stellar plays coming out of Fallen and Keen as well. Keen usually with its CBR, which is going to be the perfect weapon of choice for him as he goes in here for the first battle of that hardpoint at Hotel Yard. Let's see how these team members pull it off. It will be a setup over at Statue and Tank first, coming through from two players of Untamed. They don't want to invest all of their players in to play their objective just yet. Clearing off the surrounding areas is more important, and Untamed has got the better strategy as they open up a good hard point.
Yeah, they get the early initial points as well, but EZR, they don't want to force this fight because they don't want to lose that spawn, because if you look at the map, number 5, Morty already on that flank. Just him being on that back alley forced the spawns to actually, flip on the side of Untamed. Now we do see EZR also making the play here. We do see them trying to get some points here. The 21-point mark already reached, and Untamed struggling right now. And this is what we need from EZR. Early starts from them, and early streaks for all those players. There's going to be huge plays by them, contested by Kane. He has to make that play. He's going to get taken out. The Thumper makes the play for him. 29 and 13, good time for both teams, but EZR already on that rotation. Now at the moment, we do see 3 players set up on the side of EZR, but 2 of their players actually spawned out. But Magista making huge plays. Domo as well. They take down 2 players. And Domo, last player alive on the P2. Can he make the play? AJ, so far, things are looking very, very close for both teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you expect it when things are just neck and neck between the two, right? Keen now with the CBR will be able to play the second floor of Warehouse, but the challenge is still downstairs. Saint X with the backstab will be able to step one back out, but Fallen with the pressure, and Untamed should be able to take this over. Yes, they break the hill. They will be able to hold on to it. Brett comes in for that backup. 1 taken down. They should be able to string on 3-4 more points from just that play alone. One final challenge coming in from Deflon. What a fight by Untamed. 43 to 29 now. This is proving to be quite the hard hill to break for the side of EZR. But finally, as I say that, they managed to do it, but still faltered through the end. Is it going to be an early rotation coming through? The answer is no. 2 players still there, but for the side of Untamed, they're already focusing for grannies.
Yeah, they're already in the new one, and just like that, EZR, they're going to be the ones on the late rotation here. Gotta win their gunfights here, but Fallen takes down Domo, and they have a sentry gun actually. Fallen has that sentry gun to use if they want to, but they're going to be saving that for that P4, for that money hill. But here comes San. San, they actually put in, and now they have that extra bodyguard inside that hill. Kane gonna get taken out, but still alive here. And so far, EZR struggling to break the hill.
Oh, what a Sparrow coming through, and the sentry now taken out of the equation. Keen will be able to back up this situation as Untamed take this hill and hold on to it through the nail. Easy Reborn Esports just unable to do much about it. Keen will be able to play the Sparrow in a couple of seconds as well when he gets challenged.
Yeah, he's gonna get taken out. We've got that sentry gun alone. They're all gonna be focusing on that one, and EZR struggling in this hard point. We don't usually see that, but we do know this is the Untamed map pick. And so far, they are running away with it. About to reach a 100-point mark. Kane about to reach that sentry gun as well. He's gonna get that as well. So 100 to 40. And EZR, they need to win this next hill if they want to make the come. That whole hill just to tie it up as well. Huge plays have to come through.
Yeah, EZR now over at Bakery. Now this is quite the money hill, but the break is coming through for Untamed at the activation. They are there, and Keen sets up his sentry. What a placement on top of everything else. He will be able to play a lot of pressure down, and Untamed, they will be able to push this into match number 5 if they can keep this up, because so far it has just been an all-out domination. Keen brings out the Sparrow. So much of pressure still has the bread to be played in here as well. The sentry gun getting done a lot outside as well for the pressure. And Easy Reborn Esports, they can't seem to break their plays at all. It's all gonna go down to a search and destroy if nothing is done.
Yeah, finally they break the hill. Here comes Teflon trying to make the play, but as soon as they break it, 2 more players. Teflon, he's gonna eat a thumper as well. But San is gonna be the last player alive. Fallen as well. Morty, he's gonna get taken out. That's gonna be a lot of time for EZR, but look at the score, 136 to 50. Untamed, they can just rotate for that next rotation. And they can just rotate that next hill and pretty much they can end it. 14 more points is all they need.
Oh yeah, now back into it for Delvin, and hotel, and Teflon just holding on to the roof of the second floor, unable to sustain himself. The backup from the rest of his players most definitely going to pop one in there. And, I was expecting San to bring in that KRM and really run away with this matchup, but instead, it just seems to be a softer play on that SMG for him.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. I feel like that momentum shifted towards to Untamed by a lot. And here we go. Last push. Can anyone make it? And I told you, AJ, guarantee a game number 5, 150 to 60, absolute domination by the side of Untamed.
Yeah.
And now it's time for game number 5, AJ.
First time of the day, and I like it. What better place to have this battle of the 5th match than the grand finals of the Ways of War Philippines itself, right? The second champion of this year. Who's it gonna be? Between Untamed and Easy Reborn Esports, it's quite a fair fight on both sides so far. I mean, in terms of standoff as a benchmark to see exactly which team is better, clearly there was just one side in here, Jericho.
Yeah, one side indeed, and that was just all Untamed start. I mean, on the start, they struggled a little bit, but once that P2 came through, they pushed in together. They made the right decisions. Players got hot. They got streaks, Sentry Gun, Pred, Sparrow. Everything was on point, and it was just, they won every single hill. That was pretty much the story of it.
Yeah, that was insane, man. I mean, they just got it done back to back to back. It was just all out. The CBRs were out for the pop. So much of, energy invested into each and every single point, and it was not invested in a careless manner, right? They were on point with their rotations. The backup was there from each and every single one of them. They did have, towards the very end, you would expect to see many more kills from either side, but it is just the way it is at standoff. 150 to 60, not passing the halfway point. I did not expect EZR to perform in this manner for this game.
Yeah, I was surprised by the way they played, but I feel like it just started off by one player and it just kept on transferring to another player. That energy and that hype that they really brought it in. I mean, you can see it from their body. They were winning every single gunfight. They were like that Untamed that we saw on that first semifinal, from that second semifinals, AJ. And now game number 5, this is where they have to really focus on this one, because their S&D on that game 2 was wasn't really the best, but I feel like they could have really improved a lot on it.
Yeah, they're quite wild players, and that's why they are named Untamed. But will EZR be able to do the unthinkable? Will they be able to tame the Untamed? It all ends up at takeoff, but not for a respawn matchup. No. This is going to be search and destroy. Search and destroy. They win you championships. It's going to win them the Ways of War Philippines. Who will be able to take back that 5,000 CP? It is all left in the balance now between these two teams. But of course, more important than the CP, it is for the pride. It is for the fans out there who's going to be able to bring it back home for the brand.
Yeah, because I'm reading the comments here, and we do have both fan bases just commenting, not being toxic. They're just really fighting. They thought the Untamed was going to be tamed. They thought EZR was going to make it really easy. But unfortunately, they are on that chopping block. The reverse sweep. The sweep is coming through their side. Ooh. So, I mean, it's getting really scary. I've been in this situation, and I'm telling you, if you're up 2-0 and then you get to a game 5, you're just hoping that they don't play well.
Yeah. Yeah, and your nerves are wrecking at the very same time as well, right? And the possibility of going out there and having these shaky fingers just not going to do your team a lot of good. So the in-game leader on the side of Easy Reborn Esports just need to reassure the team, just remind them exactly what is at stake in this search and destroy. Thankfully, if mistakes are made, they will be able to bring in the adjustments round after round. The bigger question is, who has full mastery of takeoff, search and destroy?
Yeah, here we go. Game number 5, grand finals. We're going to start things off with the side of Untamed. Kane trying to make a play as well. Domo, I think he heard that player, but decides not to. But actually, Zess gets that first pick, and that's what they need. Zess being annoying, trying to stay alive. We'll try to nade him out, but he's going to get spotted as well. Actually, unfortunately, if he pulled out this gun, they could have gotten a kill there, but trades are coming down. EZR, 3 versus 1, and there we go. EZR getting that round number 1, still asserting their dominance since that game number 2.
making it look way too easy, but it was all of the positioning, right? I mean, just overextending in towards that A bomb side very confidently, but they also had a little bit of backup dropping in from cranes as well. So they had that flank, they had that extra bit of information, and you guys can see they pull off the exact same play once again, but this time a little bit slower in towards the launch center. Sky tries to scope one out, find a kill for himself, but be able to return with nothing. But he does manage to see the smoke, the grenade being tossed through the window, so he has that information which is sent on through to the rest of his team members. 5v5 still in here. Snowman has fallen, but as I say, that Sky strikes and Saint goes to heaven.
Yeah, Saint goes to heaven indeed. 4 versus 5 now. Domo takes down 1. It's gonna be a 4 before again. Domo being annoying on that side. He's gonna try to hit that rotation, but Teflon, he's gonna get tagged up as well on that side. And the Untamed not finding anything, but Domo finds 2 players already. And that's gonna be huge kills for them. That's gonna stop the push immediately. And Kane, he's gonna trade out Domo. 3 versus 3 now. Rotation should come through, but Fallen takes down Teflon, and now it's gonna be a 2 versus 3.
And now it's a 2v3 like you said, but Kane now making it a 1v3. Magista from the back. What can be the play? Can get this backstab and gets it done in the nick of time. But, ooh, bomb still got planted. That's the GG. Unfortunate for Magista. And now pressure as he repositions himself. Did he manage to catch the position of this one player who comes out or into the open, but Zest recovers that situation with the CBR spray, and he did not pray, but it didn't matter. Untamed, they get that 1 round.
Yes, they get that 1 round indeed. And now we do see both teams actually very, very good on the adjustments for both sides. And so far, nothing has really changed. Everything's going well for them. It's just those small last gunfights that really have to trust your teammates and try to win that gunfight for them. But so far, now things are slowing down. But San very, very aggressive in. He's gonna try to take out 1, but Kane gets that trade out. Now it's gonna be a 5 versus 4. Zest takes out Magista. 5 versus 3 now. Man advantage goes to the side of Untamed. They have 2 up.
Zest with CBR. So far struck once already. Can he get that done once again? Fallen on the other hand, just going in there for the pincer push in towards that A bomb side. Bomb now all alone. Will he get caught out? Teflon shut down by Juko. And this should be the round for Untamed. But Saint X strikes from the back. Juko taken out. Saint X takes 1 more in the name of Kane as well. And will be able to make the rest back away. But Zest finds him with the CBR. And a 1v3 setup once again. And Domo for this guy. Can he get the clutch? He manages to get the first one. It's a 2v1. One guy already with the plan. Another one coming in for the backstab. Who's he gonna go in for first?
Oh, Domo, he gets spotted, and Sky takes him out. And finally, Sky using that CBR. That's what we need on him. You know, remove that sniper now. But so far in Tame, 2-1 now. 4 more rounds to get that victory. And EZR, they got that first round, but so far in Tame, they've been managing to adjust every time something's happening in that mid round. And Tamed, they're always having answers. And EZR, a little bit too aggressive on the past 2 rounds. Try to make it slower now, and this is what I like. This, you know, just try to hold it down now.
Yeah, and they haven't really gone in there and committed for the B side push just yet. All for that launch center hold. It seems to have gone either way. This is taken out of the equation already. Domo will be pressured but not shut down. Sky trying to find one for himself. This position held on by Keen. Just behind him, just beyond that wall, will be one player. Neither one will want to over-aggress that bomb. Sky finds Teflon. It's a 5v4. Nothing has changed all that too much. This can still be a turnable event. Domo finds Fallen as he trades one back. Domo finds a second as well to equalize the numbers in here. It's a 3v3 now, Jericho.
Yeah, now EZR, they're the ones adjusting to it. 1 versus 3. It's all up to Juko. He's going to get taken out. And now EZR, they're making the plays now. Very good plays on the side of EZR as well. 1 round away before we switch sides. Who's gonna get that lead towards the half?
Let's see who pulls this off. So far, it's that opportunity to make a stellar comeback that we are looking for out of all of these players. It's not gonna be a easy one, as both sides have got 2 matches so far. This is that game that wins it all for this Ways of War.
Oh my god.
Kane will be able to shut down Sun very early on. There's a big kill coming through for Untamed. Teflon finds Sky, and that's a good equalizer. And they just keep taking one after the other from each other. And now, are they going to be able to run away with this? That bomb approaching that A side. Teflon will go ahead and fall. Say next, taken out. Domo down as well. And Untamed, they aggress, and they take this round confidently.
Clean round from them. They lost one player, but they all won all their gunfights. Now it's going to be the switch of sides, and this is where Sky's going to shine with the sniper. I mean, this is where he's going to get these picks with this defense, and I like this from them. Now, EZR, let's see what kind of offense they're going to be planning here. They want to go for that A rush. Sky, we spot that one player by the gun. Oh, if he decides to hit that again, would be such a great shot to hit, but he's missing it, always missing it. But he has that information. He's going to relay that to his teammates, and they're going to be able to set up a Magista on that flank. We'll get one. He's going to get traded out 4 versus 4.
It's a good play coming through. Good response from both sides. This is just neck and neck. There's just no running away from each other. Easy Reborn Esports as well as Untamed. They have both proven to be quite the team to beat in this competition. For the rest of you out there aspiring to be pro players, Domo shut down by Zest. The 4v3 as Kane now tries to wrap around, trying to put his team in front yet again, try to give them yet another numbers in advantage, and Zest will be able to strike. Saint X out, and EZR, they struggle to find something in this round.
Yeah, they struggle to find something in this round. Teflon, last player alive. What can he do here? 4 of the players all back to back. They have trades if one player goes down. Teflon, will he check that corner? He spots the gun, but decides not to shoot, and Zest takes him out. That's going to be 4-2. 2 more for Untamed, and it's looking like a reverse sweep, AJ.
Oh, reverse sweep. Untamed. Can they get it done? Keen so far has struck, and he's struck well together with Zest. Needs to be a situation where they now take the defense and run away with this. The bomb on the approach towards the A site. EZR. 4 players in there already, but San, what is San doing? Is he lagging? Is he holding? San finally reconnects. He's back in this matchup. Juko taken down by Saint X, and that's a good starter, even though San was a little late to join this fray.
Yes, a little bit late there, but Saint X at the back as well. No one's making a move. They get that first pick on Untamed, but nothing is happening at the moment. We just see people slowing it down, and so far nothing is happening. But look at this play coming in from EZR. They're gonna make the rusher. Zest gonna spot one. He's gonna try to take the one down. He takes one down. Domos punches Zest. 4 versus 3. They're gonna go for that B plant, and I feel like Untamed, they haven't noticed that they have to rotate, get that top Aurora, try to get some picks with Sky, but so far nothing. No rotation. Bomb is gonna go down.
Right now, he needs to be able to play this and be able to clutch it out. Magista with the plant first. Keen. He is keen to wrap around, but he needs that backup from the rest of his team. Needs to check his corner here on towards the left. He will be able to bag one, and Domo shuts him down instead. It's a 4v2 that looks a little tough for Untamed to win back. Fallen shuts down Saint X, trying to shut down the numbers one by one. Domo now out in the open, gets challenged by Sky just as that information gets sent right back through, and that is the prowess of Untamed. Right there, God. Fallen now makes it a 2v1. This is that opportunity. One can go in there for the defusal, the other for that backup. Who's going to be able to get it? The double challenge, and they will be able to put this into match point for a perfect reverse sweep.
Oh my God. Is this actually going to happen, AJ? They lost the first 2, won the next 2, and they only 1 round away from winning Ways of War. Untamed. Remember, S&D wins your championship, but also at the same time, the hardest thing to do in each game is to close it out. And now, let's see what's going to happen here. Untamed going for that same setup 4-1. They're going to leave one player to B. EZR going for that rush pick play. But so far, nothing is happening at the moment. Just waiting for something. One mistake can change everything here. Fallen playing that window. Saint X trying to find someone as well. But so far, nothing's happening. Someone's just waiting to peek. Someone has to peek here to start the play here. 1:20. A lot of time, AJ. A lot of time for EZR. They can always rotate to the other side just to overpower that person at the back side of B. so far, everyone's just waiting.
Keen. Find Domo just yet, but Domo was just holding on to a very risky angle there moments ago. Backs away now. The smoke comes through. Here comes that push, but a good grenade right back into Itsan's face. Lucky the guy didn't get taken down. And he backs away now onto the scaffolding. Devlon gets Zest. Guy shuts down Zan as well as Domo gets eliminated by Keen. This is the setup now. A 3v3 that is tough to take down. Both grades coming on equally, but it is EZR that are on the losing end. So they need to make a hustle to grab more points. 3v2, they turn around because of that good snipe coming out. And Saint X looking for yet another Fallen makes that a 2v2. Makes it a 2v1 now. And this is a GG. Will Devlon be able to clutch this out?
1v1. Here we go. Sky misses that shot. Very unfortunate for him, but it's going to be a 1v1. 15 seconds left. Sky just has to play time here. The bomb is actually down. Doesn't have to peek here. If you are Sky, you don't have to peek. But he's going to go for it. The Teflon has to go for the kill. 7 seconds left. It's going to go down. Teflon pre-firing. He's going to shoot him. He's going to take him out. And the reverse sweep is complete. Untamed are your Ways of War champion. Congratulations. A beautiful, beautiful grand finals. Down to 0-2. Gets 3 straight. And Untamed completes the reverse sweep.
You cannot name yourself like that if you just cannot keep up with the plays to show the world that you cannot be tamed. What a play, what a dominance out there on the battlefield. Initially, as we started off the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Untamed just refused to fall to the side of Ether. And they did manage to give away one game, but as they dropped into the grand finals, they lost the first 2 matches. It looked impossible. It looked like easy Reborn Esports were able to run away with this whole thing. They win it at domination and they change everything out with the reverse sweep. What a play overall from all of these players in here, man. Keen, Zest, Juko, they all did so much. Sky as the sniper as well, fallen in there with those crazy plays. Each individual player making sure they saved the reputation of their brand.
I mean, they pretty much did it. You know, I mean, that was just beautiful gameplay from them. And if you're EZR, 1 round away, it was just I mean, 1 match away, 1 game away from winning it, and that's just very unfortunate. It happens to the best of us. It is what it is, but Untamed, it just shows their poise and their composure. It was just on par with them. They managed to pull it off. Great gameplay, great stuff from them. You know, you got to give it up for every single player of Untamed. They all stepped up. That final round, Fallen, just that triggered discipline by him. Just beautiful plays coming through.
Oh yeah, exactly, man. I mean, just all the way through. I mean, to reverse sweep out a team that has just proven to be so solid with every single aspect of their gameplay in here today, right? Mechanical capabilities, the map masteries, the map awareness that they displayed out there as a squad. EZR were not easy to defeat, but the same thing can be said for the Untamed. What a showdown here at the grand finals of the Ways of War Philippines. It was a 1-0 as Untamed initially they got disqualified from that matchup, but even if they didn't, it was still easier that finished off strong, reaching that 150 point. And then over at Hackney Yard, it was just a one-sided domination of a search and destroy from EZR. And from then on end, it was just perfection out of this Untamed brand.
Yeah, just perfection indeed. That it started in the crossfire. It looked like they were gonna lose there. They were gonna get 3-0'd. That first half was really bad, but once it switched over to that second half, you know, EZR, they made that one small mistake of overextending to the C flag, AJ, and it just dominoed effect. It snowballed over to standoff, and it obviously snowballed over to takeoff. Great stuff coming in from Untamed, and they pretty much sealed the deal.
It's unfortunate here because I feel like EZR could have gotten the win at Crossfire if they worked together as a team only with the second half of that matchup, right? Because they were just focusing on 2 different objectives both at the same time, whereas and they had just so much of confidence in their mechanical capabilities. They thought that they would be able to split up and take these fights, but oh my goodness me, were they wrong? Because Untamed, they turned on, they switched on in that second half of Crossfire domination, and they took the fight to this team. They grabbed their home flag, they went in there for the B flag, and they just did not let go of the defense. And you know, the one adjustment that EZR could have made was either focus all of their players in for the B flag or the C flag. Neither was done, and they lost out. But little did they know they were going to get reverse swept all the way through, because standoff was quite one-sided, let alone the final game in here that you guys just watched, right? Takeoff was just dominated all the way through by Untamed. This was so unexpected all throughout the competition. We just couldn't go in there and peg or pin exactly one team that was going to be able to win this, and Untamed just made that anticipation and that us not being sure so much more sweeter with this achievement, Jericho.
Yeah, it was just really such sweet revenge. I think that's the best way to put it in. I mean, you already bludgeoned your first game with someone using an annihilator. That's such a funny thing to do. You lost your Hackney Yard by a mile. You made a comeback in Crossfire. You dominated in standoff, and in takeoff wasn't even close. You just gave them the same score that they gave you in that game number 2, and that just goes to show that even if you're up 2-0, like what we said, anything is possible in the world of Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was just a stellar setup from the side of Untamed, and it was more towards exactly how were they able to take over some of these situations, right? Because you would anticipate Domo to be able to make strong stellar plays for his squad. Unfortunately, that didn't really come through. Sad he picks up the CBR for himself, couldn't really find a lot of those shots, and it was Sky really hitting all of those good snipes, and Juko getting so much done for his team, not in terms of delivering the number of kills out there on the battlefield, but the importance of each and every single kill that he managed to take for himself, right? Because he wasn't really the player that was aggressive on fourth, but he usually just held on to these obscure points that you might just get backstabbed on, and he always had the team's back.
He always had his team's back. And to add your point to that game number 5, I feel like Domo just really got shut down, and Stan as well. The things that they were doing in the Hackney Yard, they were red already, because they know that they love rushing, and the adjustment of Untamed just slowly creeping up, just slowly playing those corners really changed the game. And for those people who just joined, guys, we do have the highlights, and it's gonna be a pretty long highlights, just seeing what happened here. We started things off at the Hardpoint raid. It was a very close game, but when EZR managed to capture that basketball hill, that's where things started to change.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it was quite the good fight between these two, especially at Garage. It just went back and forth. Neither one could take that money hill. And like you said, when they dropped on over to the basketball court, EZR just tried to run away with this matchup. But even then, it was the side of Untamed showing that they will not go down easy, right? They kept throwing their bodies in, they kept throwing the numbers, but it was in terms of the mechanical capabilities of EZR that managed to overcome that situation. In there for that reset as well, it made a slight way back in, but it had to be pushed into a search and destroy after Untamed accidentally used one of the annihilators and got themselves unfortunately disqualified.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. But here in the S&D, very one-sided. It was just all EZR, and this is where the scouting report came through for the side of Untamed. They knew if they forced a game number 5, they knew what kind of play style EZR was going to be. They're going to be doubling the pace. They're going to be going all out. And that's the adjustments they made here. And that was pretty much it. This was a pretty good clutch though by Saint X here. That snipe though, right there, that was just very unfortunate. They managed to close it out 6-2. But when it came to that domination, AJ, that's when things really switched up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And domination was just a whole different story, because Hackney Yard, it was just quite one-sided. And this domination matchup, EZR started things off in usual fashion. They were so dominant. They went out there for the rush. They closed off the access from the middle lane, and they was just dominating the matchup all throughout. Untamed did manage to find the B flag a couple of times, but it was nothing that Reborn could not really deal with, right? But it was the second half that was just such a mind blower, because EZR, they started off the second half by going in there for that mid rush once again, heading in straight towards Butchers. It looked like they wanted to get the flip on the spawns, but they could not execute that to their best of ability. But after that, what happened after that was what decided this whole matchup, right? They continuously forced that exact same plan, but just not really committing to it fully.
Yeah, they just couldn't They just kept on going for that same strategy of going to C all the time, and it really costed them. That's where Untamed saw that, okay, if they keep on pushing, let's just slay them out first, and then once we slay them out, let's start pushing into B. And that's what happened here. Single plays by Domo. I mean, yes, you're getting single plays, but your teammates are losing your gunfights in middle. They need your help there. Instead of that, they just kept on forcing it to the point where they actually lost the lead already.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, sad to see them lose it in that way, but it's exactly what happens when you're not able to adjust to the plays of your opponents. And EZR, they dragged it into Hardpoint. Unfortunately, they were dragged into Hardpoint, I have to say. And over at Hardpoint, at standoff, it was then a one-sided game. But for the side of Untamed, that was just insane as they just switched on, and EZR were not able to keep up at all.
Yeah, they couldn't hang. They couldn't hang with the side on the side of EZR, and Untamed just really losing it. And now on this S&D, it was pretty much a one-sided story, just like in Hackney Yard. But this time, it was Untamed's Cinderella story, where they pretty much sealed the deal from start to finish. You know, they gave up 2 rounds, but here's the final play. Fallen, those 2 huge kills seal the deal. And here Sky didn't have to challenge here, but he just wanted to get that MVP here, and that's gonna be it. 6-2. Untamed again, AJ. Reverse sweep. Beautiful.
And it's just one of the most beautiful reverse sweeps that we have watched in a long time. I dare speak that for the both of us, Jericho. You know, it was just a game of perfection from the side of Untamed. But this is what we were talking about from the time we opened up the show. The quality in the Philippines has just gone up to a whole new level, and a lot of teams are out here to prove that they are the best. But this will continue as the world of esports, the environment, the community is just going to be grown to greater, newer stages in the year of 2022. You can already see with the way Ways of War itself is growing, along with the prize pool of some of the other competitions. So you guys can most definitely stay in tune for way more than this.
Yes, and with that being said, guys, that's gonna be it. We only had 4 series for today, guys, but tomorrow you guys can catch me and AJ casting the Mobile Masters day number 2, guys. But that's gonna be it for us. I am VV Jericho. He is the Mustachio AJ, and this has been Ways of War, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.